Hello once again, welcome to the PokerStars Arena and this week's Sunday Million. We're bringing you the poker, we are bringing you the heat. My commentary booth inside the arena looks like a Salvador painting right now. I'm melting! But don't worry about me. You get yourself comfy and enjoy us playing down from 78 to a winner in this week's $1 million guaranteed PKO. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies, and James, since my side of the arena has fully functioning air conditioning, I'm going to let it slide that you use the word comfy.
Thank you, Joe, I appreciate it. Let's get to our first feature table, shall we, because we've got action already. Players restarted, and we have got jacks versus nines, and we have got top set on the turn for Felipe, who is ahead on every other street, and now over setness. And just to give you the background here, Joe, because has provided the day marching.
Oh my goodness!
Bet every street, and that is going to be a huge double up for Felipe, who now gets moved to another table.
I was like, how'd that guy go broke? Didn't he have the best hand? What's wrong? Did I forget how to read poker?
Samuel Peace. I like a piece. Say no more. I also like Capitars. So Samuel, you're good with me. So this table, Joe, does feature the chip leader, Lankit, a Polish player who was a short stack for most of day one, but now comes into day two in the catbird seat. 2 eliminations already on day 2. We are down to 76.
I like it a lot.
And it's all about the jacks today. Elnan winning that with a bet on the flop with trip jacks. Thrilled to say that Griffin Benger is back with us on stream this evening. How you doing, Griffin?
Very, very well. Excited to call some poker. It's been a minute now. I feel like it's felt like a very long time, and I'm really glad to be back in the action for a Sunday Million stream.
So have you had
like it's been a
summer vacation, Griffin? Because I don't think you made it to Vegas in the end.
Yeah, you know what? My family booked 2 different cottages for this summer, and one happens to conflict with EPT Barcelona, and one conflicted with Vegas. And my parents are in their early 70s, had to go, and I do not regret it. Had a wonderful time, and someone else won the main anyway. So there you go.
Well, pocket tens holding here for Everton, who may or may not be a fan of that particular soccer squadron, the Liverpool Evertons, one of the 2 Merseyside-based teams. See, I know about the sport.
How do you do, fellow sports watchers?
Do you think the jack's coming on the river, Griffin, just to keep up the theme of jacks being the hand of the night, which we've established in the first 3 minutes of play?
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of pressure on Everton right now. You're quite under-repped with those 10s in the small. You're going to float some ace-highs on the flop, so I don't mind this 2-barrel, and you can see it even works against the 10s that were absolutely crushing the king-jack. Just a stronger range there with that pot-size bet. And it's pressure plays like that that really help you build a stack to something like 100 big blinds at this stage of the Sunday Million, and really a gear you kind of need, I think, to run over and make your way to the funnel table. So keep an eye on Lankit.
And crucially, if you have a jack in your hand, you don't even need to connect with the board to win. Jacks, guys, this is hand 4 of 4, and it's working. I mean, Griffin, as the resident expert here, 4 is a perfectly acceptable sample size, right? I mean, when we're talking about hundreds of thousands, millions, billions of poker hands, 4 is absolutely a sample size from which you can draw meaningful conclusions.
Yeah, and the great part is that as soon as it doesn't happen, that's just the exception that proves the rule, James.
Of course. You're always going to have those little anomalies.
Yeah. The anomaly. Do we proceed? Yes, he is still only human.
Well, Queen 10 versus Queen Jack. This is a domination situation, regardless of how hot Jacks are tonight. Lankit, by the way, holding on to that number one position on the leaderboard. 21 million at the start of this hand. Felipe, second on the leaderboard with 18 million, was at the feature table for the start of the day, then got balanced off.
Got another shot for Jacks here.
Yeah, that's 5 now. Well, he still won the pot.
Okay, I don't have a good feeling about King Jack right now. We've got an all-in from the Snowmens.
Nom 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 nom.
But this is more about the aces of go crazy. Maybe Lankit will find the fold here with King Jack suited.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, you got a lot of chips there. There is a bounty to consider. It's a pretty large one, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a call here. It's probably better to fold with the 2 people behind. So good discipline there by Lankit.
And aces are a huge favorite here. But there's an 8 on the river. And that is going to see Raston double up. No bounty claimed. Go crazy will be not just disappointed, but also left really short now.
Little shout out to Big Boy Panties 45 for recognizing my Matrix Reloaded reference. Nobody remembers Reloaded and Revolutions and Resurrections references.
And there's a
Some of
really
us
good
went to a
reason
lot
for
of
that, Griffin.
therapy to forget those movies.
Absolutely.
I like Reloaded. I don't care.
I've said this before and I'll say it again, Griffin. You're entitled to your opinion, but you are objectively wrong. Samuel Peace putting that Cavatar to good use. Average stack right now, 6.9 million with 68 players remaining, so 10 eliminations in the first 7 minutes of play. And a bit of a cooler here, aces versus queens, marching the shorter of the 2 stacks, but with the significantly better hand.
Hey, Samuel. Peace.
Griffin, we've talked about
Wait
this
till he's
before.
busted. Right, wait till at the end.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can't just
Right.
burn the joke now.
What if he doesn't bust? Okay. Okay, wait. Hey, Samuel. Oh, no, he's not even out yet. Oh, gosh.
Oh, I
If you
mean,
start the
on
stream
every
over-
level,
How does this
on
work?
every level, you have basically ruined this.
I'm out of practice, James.
Griffin, you know, you could have just
Joe.
waited till he folded.
Yeah. This is why I'm never gonna climb out from the bottom box. I'm always gonna be at the bottom. I'm never gonna be able to rise the ranks.
Oh. Griffin receives advice and tips on comedic timing.
I mean, you know it's bad if I'm giving you advice and tips.
You are meant to be the pro here. I would say that we are looking at a total of 7,029 entries in this week's Sunday Million, with 2,440 re-entries, most of the field eliminated over the course of the levels played on day 1. 78 returned for day 2. 12 of those have gone already, and we will continue playing through this field in this progressive knockout format until we have a winner who'll claim just shy of 57k plus bounties.
I have an important question.
Yes.
If I wanted to bet on how many knockouts the winner's going to have, is there a way I could do that?
Wow, Joe, it's almost as if someone set you up to ask that question. What an organic and not at all fake way to bring up the subject of the KO markets that are indeed being offered by PokerStars Sports.
Wait, what?
Yes.
I was
If
just
you
asking
want
that
to bet-
randomly.
If you want to bet on the exact number of KOs that the winner of this week's Sunday Million will get, if you want to bet on the number of KOs the winner will get at the final table of this week's Sunday Million, markets are now being offered on PokerStars Sports, and they are both live right now, should you fancy a bet.
That sounds kind of fun. I got some of the odds up here randomly, which is weird considering I just thought of that question moments ago.
Yes.
So if you want to bet that the winner of the Sunday Million gets 30 knockouts, that bet's
That's
going
a lot
off
of
at 40 to
knockouts.
1. 40
I'm
to
not
1.
surprised that's
paying.
long odds. I'm not
Yeah.
surprised that's long odds. I'm going to say that anything between kind of 14 and 15, around that number, is probably a more realistic number.
I think you're allowed, by the way, Raceland, in chat. If you just want to guess and you don't want to bet, you're going to guess 16. I'll tell you what 16 pays. That's 9-1. The thing is, you got to get it exactly for this particular bet.
I think there are brackets, right? There's brackets markets as well.
You can do brackets. You can do a range. Like if you want to guess, so Raceland, if you want to do 16 to 19, that's paying 10-3. Unfortunately, no one can calculate those odds. Nobody knows what a payout would be at 10-3. That's very weird.
Ace King versus King Jack. And this is another domination situation. And Everton will let this go. Lankit, by the way, now number 2 in chips. Felipe, who we saw play the very first hand of the day before they moved table. Brazilian player, now number 1 with close to 21 million.
Hey, Joe, name that avatar, Raster N0001.
Rasta N0001. It's dark right now. Can we wait till I have cards?
Sure.
Thank you.
The chat's going to spoil it for you, though.
I won't look at chat. Everyone knows I don't care what chat has to say.
That's true. Especially if you're on YouTube.
Harsh.
And would you look at that? Calls it off, Everton!
Wow.
Incredible call with just the ace-8 suited for over 20 big blinds.
And it works out for Everton.
Yeah, not
And
a bad
Lankit's
spot
gonna-
for Lankit.
Well, Lankit's going to drop down the leaderboard, and that, I guess, is the anomaly. That's the jack that didn't work out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Down to 61 players after just shy of 15 minutes of play. Queen
Nice
8
little
versus
bounty
Jack
open
6.
here. Yeah, going for that
Ooh.
bounty. Seeing that Lankit lost a little momentum, might be willing to fold here, but does not get that $731 bounty from the short stacked goat man. Go crazy.
So we've got a couple of dogs, a goat, a domestic cat, and a significantly bigger, more ferocious cat. I'm liking the animal representation at this feature table.
Rastern 001 is Stanley smoking a cigarette.
What? Who's
It's
Stanley?
Stanley smoking a cigarette.
Oh, no, it's not.
Stan Lee,
Yeah, I got
who
it
created
now.
Marvel Comics, smoking a cigarette.
No, I thought you'd watched it. It's Jinx from Arcane.
I did not watch Arcane. I don't watch cartoons.
Oh yeah. Wow, it's amazing how mature you are. You don't really come off as, you know.
Yeah, no, cartoons aren't for me. Look at A7 just blasting off here on the 9-high board. What a dream for queens.
Whoops.
I love a good whoops.
This is probably 8-year-old Joe Stapleton's worst nightmare, that he would become a full-grown adult and declare in front of hundreds of people that he doesn't watch cartoons growing up. 8-year-old Joe watching X-Men, and just, what have you become?
You don't watch cartoons anymore. It's like Hook.
Yeah. There you are, Joe.
So blind's currently 125, 250, going up in 2 minutes' time. 15-minute blind levels in the Sunday Million.
Now the chat's coming for you, Joe, talking about all the things you surely have watched.
Never seen Samurai Jack. I mean, I've watched it and I didn't care for it, if that counts. Top pair for Everton. I did watch Batman the Animated Series when I was 12.
Good start here for Everton, and if they bet small enough, might get a little continue from Marcin baby. But you are on that bottom gutter. You might be inclined to continue because it is so small, and you can maybe be ahead of a hand like ace king, ace jack, maybe, you know, ace five suited, something like pocket sixes. So sometimes you want to call here because you can just turn a pair and be good. Unfortunately, this time, Everton is not playing around. Tap, tap. And even though you have, oh no, no bueno.
Got him.
And that will see the dog KO'd as Marcin exits in 58th place. Current payout, $478.68, plus, of course, whatever bounties you've claimed over the last 24 hours.
So how is Everton this year, James? They got some good kickers on the squad or what?
I've not been following the season, so I don't actually know. Oh, I'm being advised by producer Chris that Everton were almost regulated. So apparently that's a bad thing. You don't want to be regulated at the end of the season.
Oh, wow, yeah. They got to. Sounds like they got to regulate some of their feet. They don't have a lot of good kickers, it sounds like. Uh-oh. Everton might get another one.
Tough to call here for 30 bigs. Decently sized bounty. You know, the plan with this ace-7 is usually just to play it as a limp call to a raise or maybe a limp shove if you think you're getting sort of ISO'd. But facing that big a shove, you know, you don't want to just be up against ace-10 there and lose almost half your stack. Dima showing a little ambitious gear here with the 73 of clubs.
Dima's only just arrived at the table. Take it easy. Slow down.
Hey, come on. Introduce yourself. That's kind of what you're hoping for here as Samuel Peace. Getting a decent shove hand here for the 6 big blinds, and pocket 5s is certainly the ticket and might get some action here from the ace-5. Again, it's, you know, it's only 6 big blinds. There are the bounties to consider. Everton is opening themselves up to being ISO'd, but, you know, it still takes a decent hand to do that, and it's going to be a nice spot for Samuel.
Oh, Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. And what do we say to Samuel Griffin?
Peace!
River Stars.
Oh, wow. Now you ruined it.
Now we're even.
Interestingly, I thought Everton would be a fan of the Liverpool Evertons and would be from the United Kingdom, but no. Everton is actually Everton Suarez, who is a Brazilian poker player.
Oh wow! I figured they were like bigging up like a TV series, season 7, episode 4 of Everton.
No, Everton Suarez is an actual soccer player who this person is probably named after.
Okay.
Wait, so Everton Suarez doesn't play for Everton, though?
So this guy also plays soccer professionally? Can we interview this guy?
I don't think he plays for the Liverpool Evertons. Maybe he plays for the Liverpool Reds. They're arch rivals.
This is all very confusing, but I'm glad that Everton's doing well.
Do you guys remember
Even
the
if they do
video
have an
game
ugly
Arch
dog.
Rivals?
No.
It was a basketball game and you could punch each other.
Hey Joe, we gonna hit the sewers this week or what, bud? Joe?
Hit the sewers? Oh, you want to play
hit
some
the
more?
sewers. Well, we got, we're making some progress. Joe and I played the new Turtles in Time or whatever it was called last week. Because we're friends off the air too.
We finally did it.
Yeah. Question is, will we ever do it again? I hope so.
So just to be clear, I don't think that Everton S704, who by the way is in the top 5 right now, is
She's
actually
still on
a
this.
celebrity. But no, I've now got information about this person. So Everton Suarez, usually known as just Everton or Little Onion, is a Brazilian professional footballer who plays as a forward for the Brazilian club Flamengo and the Brazil national team. The more you know.
So I'm pretty sure if this Everton S704 was the real Everton Suarez, he probably wouldn't have such an ugly dog.
I already made the ugly dog joke.
Just adding to it.
I thought maybe you didn't hear it. God, we're just so off right now. King Queen for Lankett.
It's summertime. It's like
Yeah,
school on a
let's-
Saturday today.
Yeah, it's true.
Let's see whether Lankett can get some chips back. Lankett, the start of day chip leader, has dropped down, is currently ranked 10th overall, has flopped top pair. Theora Poker has ace-5 suited.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
Such a good flop for King Queen with King of Hearts. You just love to see it. Raised under the gun. Almost impossible to be losing on this flop. And you
things
just
really
get
going
action for
well
a lot
for
of
Lankett.
hands. But not ace-5 of diamonds. Not really.
So I'm guessing if this person is a fan of the Brazilian footballer Everton Suarez, they don't actually care that the Liverpool Everton's nearly got regulated.
Everton, a huge opportunity here if played as a 3-bet to bust Dima for these 33 bigs, cut off to hijack. But Everton's going to just go with the flat, which I kind of like. You got 2 stacks behind. I don't like it in this particular spot because you probably would have gotten the shove from Dima, but you're going to get some weaker hands to shove behind on those 23-ish bigs sometimes. Going to get so many folds from Dima. And now you've technically flopped best, but Lankett, a lot of opportunity here. I like this bet from Everton. Sometimes, you know, Dima is going to be checking like a weak ace, but you also don't want to. You want to deny equity from those hands that have overcards. But yeah,
And then draw on the turn. Inconsequential river card for Everton.
and Lankett's got to imagine that a decent percentage of the time Everton is going to have an ace here, because that bet of 690, you know, represents not just sort of a blocker bet with a hand like tens, but a lot of more ace combinations. So that's why Lankett goes with big, hoping to get paid off, but won't happen from that hand.
So here we are, 23 minutes into play, 52 remaining, having started day 2 with 78. And a reminder that if you do want to check out the market on how many knockouts the winner of this week's Sunday Million will get, that market is live right now on PokerStars Sports. Would remind you though that it's going to close, that particular market will close in just over half an hour's time.
That's kind of fun. If I was watching along, I would probably put a... You know what I would actually do? And I'm not recommending this at all. I would probably bet so many different outcomes that there's no way I could possibly make money. I mean, like, oh, I get a good feeling
one of
about
those.
9,
You're one of
11,
those.
16, 18,
Yeah.
21, and maybe 30 just for the long shot.
Quite surprised to see Dima fold the king-jack off under the gun here. Of course, we don't always or even very often raise king-jack under the gun, but at just a 7-handed table, You know, Dima, we saw open the 7-3 of clubs at the cutoff, so surprised that isn't in the opening range there. That would have gotten through for Dima, but gets rewarded the next hand with the ace-king in the big.
I was going to say, Joe, if the long shot came in, you'd probably be all right. Any other number, and you're guaranteed a losing session.
And then, of course, I would bet like 9, 11, 16, 17, and then like 12 would come in.
I'm going to bet on the baseball home run derby tonight. That's fun.
Dima going for it all from the big blind after the open from Everton gets folds. Dima just above average. The average stack right now being 9.1. Just over 30 big blinds, with 52 players still in this week's Sunday Million. Thank you to Tiago on YouTube. It says, guys, both Everton and Suarez are pretty common names, first name and last name in Brazil. Thank you for your comment.
Rastern trying to get away with one here, has been quiet on this table since we started the coverage. Hasn't really gotten any hands to play with. Finally has an open button, 2 suited cards. Not a move I recommend at this stack depth, but you know, if you get a good enough board, something like that, that's going to be difficult for Everton to continue without ace high. I think queen jack and maybe even queen 10, we might see Everton decide to peel one off here. But queen 9 is right on that cusp of like, I probably shouldn't get too involved. Let's see what Everton does, and does fold. And nice pot for Rastern here as we get to the 50 player mark very quickly. Be curious to see if Go Crazy goes for the shove here for about 8.5 big blinds, but doesn't get the opportunity with the most aggressive player on the table, Blanket, finding another raise with the 10-9 off.
Griffin, is this one of those situations where you're going to tell me you're supposed to call with suited cards here? Ugh.
I think you're supposed to call with like 10-7 suited and like sometimes a 10-6 suited, and you're probably supposed to fold 10-5 suited. And already Al9 is getting into some trouble here, getting clipped. Pretty much one of those worst case flop scenarios. You happen to have 10-5, your opponent has 10-9, it comes 9-5 deuce. Zombie Gamer asks, what are they playing poker on? PokerStars!
A poker table.
Yeah. In the PokerStars arena.
Yeah, this is one of, how many tables in action right now? 7? Yeah, 7 tables remaining in this week's Sunday Million. This is our current feature table. They will play down to the final table tonight and down to a winner. Lankett back up over the 20 million mark on a stack of 21 million. Lankett is currently second on the leaderboard. AA the W5 from Uruguay is the current chip leader with 27 mil.
We're going to flips, Phil. Going to be a very fair fight. The 10 jack suited against the 7s.
Well, let's
like
go.
Nadal versus Federer in their prime.
This is weird, actually, because it is the day of the jacks, but 7s are the jacks of number cards.
Ooh.
I've got a good feeling about the jack. I mean, wow, that's one way to do it, right? I mean, for a moment there, I thought he was going to improve to the flush. The 10 on the river's enough. He didn't need to flop the straight.
Give me the 10 jack suited all day.
Jacks are hot tonight, people. Jacks are hot. Blinds are 150,000, 300,000, going up in 2 minutes' time. 30 minutes into the day, and we have lost roughly 30 players. And we will keep losing players until just one remains. He'll pocket nearly 57k plus the most amount in head prizes.
And don't you worry, we will do some sort of a calculation on the final table, some bickering, trying to figure out how much money the first place player will win. We will get there. Have we?
Since I worked it
easy
out,
now, right?
It's easy now. I don't know why. For the longest possible time, I think the problem is we kept getting conflicting responses from people.
Yeah.
And it is one of those problems where there are certain members of the audience who we can rely on to provide us with accurate information and fill in our knowledge gaps. There are other people
You know who you are.
who
Yeah.
either intentionally or in some cases unintentionally completely derail things and give false information, which means we get confused.
Yeah. And you don't know who you are, and that's the problem.
That's true. If you know you're trolling, slap on the wrist, but at least you know what you are. If you've just got it wrong and you are adamant that you're right and you're living in a world of ignorance, you're a problem.
Mm-hmm. And what do we do with problems, Joe?
We solve them.
No, we ban them.
I'm more of a problem eliminator. Phil?
It's kind of a way of solving it, really.
Problem eliminator. Can you give me a clue?
I'll give you the lines leading up to it. I help people with problems. Problem solver, more of a problem eliminator.
The equalizer.
Equalizer. That was gonna be my guess. But I feel like you probably never even
Both
seen
random
that
and
movie.
incorrect.
Yeah.
How would I be quoting the equalizer ever? And yes, John Delano is 100% right. It is always coming 7.
This is a spot here. Yeah, it did snap jam so fast. Uncle Jonesy makes the call. It's Jack.
That's a full house for Dean 114, and that is now a stack of 17.5. Lankit doing some yo-yoing this evening, back down to 12 mil.
Yo, 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 yo.
Oh, it's from the movie 7?
What?
Is that what that meant? Oh. Sorry, you said John Delano, you're right, and then he put up a bunch of 7s, so I thought it was
Because
the movie
it
7.
came 7, Griffin. I was referring to the poker, which is the primary reason we're here. We do have sidetrack conversations about movies, and
Wait, who said it? Morgan Freeman?
Joe,
Now I'm trolling
do
you.
you want to take a guess?
I said the equalizer.
Yeah, but that was obviously a bad guess and obviously wrong.
Okay, give us a 10-year era, like the 80s, 70s. That'll be...
It's from a movie that was released in 1989.
Platoon.
That was 86, but thank you for your guess. Toy
Apocalypse
Story
Now.
was
Who Framed Roger
1995,
Rabbit?
Uncle Jonesy.
I like that guess.
Roger Rabbit was not 89. I mean, it would help if you were actually getting the year right. You know,
I'm
if
not
you
the one that
came
asked
up with
for the
like
year as a
Lethal Weapon
clue.
2, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Batman. These are all 1989 movies. They're not the right answer, but at least you'd be in the right era.
Well, we're not
Dick
year
Tracy.
experts on movies. Ooh, that's a good guess.
Dick Tracy was released in the 90s.
Jeez, I didn't realize you were such a gatekeeper as to when movies were released. Like, you really know your years.
I think you have to narrow it down to the type of movie that James would quote that was released in 1989.
RoboCop 2.
was 91. RoboCop
What?
2 was 1990.
What Bond movie came out in 1989? That's probably
Finally,
the answer.
someone's applying logic, and I didn't think it would be
License to
you.
Kill.
Thank you, Joe.
It's a Bond movie.
Of course
That's
it's a bloody
perfect.
Bond movie. How
Very
did it
on
take you
brand.
so long? So
Very on
long to
brand.
get there. Top set for Lankit.
So what is that? Casino Royale 89? Fear of Poker's in trouble, but is going to continue with those backdoor spades, and that queen that is sometimes good. Is it good this time? No! No!
Oh, goodness.
Oh.
It got worse! know, sometimes you just turn that queen thinking you have the nuts, and it pretty much drew you dead.
Sometimes I think I miss playing poker, and then I see a hand like this, and I'm like, ah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm okay. God, the worst part is you're happy about this. You're so happy. You're just overjoyed. Either I was ahead before or I got there on the turn. No way I'm losing this hand. Absolutely not. What do they got? Aces?
Yes.
And you...
No queen on the river. Both players with a full house. House over house. Lankit back up to nearly 20 million. The KO of Fear of Poker down to 46 players now.
Hey, James,
Cooler.
Tiemann wants to know... Tiemann's very impressed by how well-versed you are in movie release dates. Do you have a letterboxed?
No, I don't.
It's weird that you don't.
As you know,
that's why I asked.
I'm kind of pretty bad with social platforms, so maybe it's something I should get into.
So I got into Letterboxd probably about 2 years ago, and I love it. But I don't use it as sort of like a social platform. I just use it for myself I just log every movie I watch after I've watched them and give them a little like rating out of 5. And then once you start doing that, you really kind of like, I mean, if anyone wants a movie recommendation, I literally can just, every movie I've ever watched, I have a list. You can organize it by like what you rated it or what the public rates it, or, you know, it's nice.
I think what I'd struggle with is the initial trying to populate the database with all the movies I've already seen. Like keeping up as you go along is fine, but like that initial data dump and trying to give ratings to movies, some of which I saw decades ago.
It's kind of fun though. I mean, you just go on the like most popular, and then you just start rating them, and then so you rewatch them and you realize you like them a lot more than you thought. Like, you know, it's cool like that.
GBR Breakdown says, James, on pop bands, what would you give 5 out of 5? I would give 5 a solid 5, just for Let's Dance alone.
Guys, I'm not going to lie. Up until this moment, I thought Letterboxd was about gender equality in sports.
Oh, that just worked out. That joke. I wish I hadn't.
But maybe now I can participate.
Wow.
Let's just keep this silence going for a while.
I want to know what all the movies James gives 5 out of 5 to, because I only have about 30 or 40.
There'll be very few. I mean, I prefer the kind of IMDb out of 10 with decimal point system.
Yeah.
I think that gives you more range to play with.
You actually like rate things on IMDb or not really?
No, I don't. I don't rate films with random numbers. I prefer to kind of critique them. Oh, Flask W's got the Bond. 7-5 of spades.
Oh, and
5
going
bags
with
of
it just
popcorn
for James. Knowing that they're on stream and doing it for James. Going for that straight
Casino
flush.
Royale 2002.
Oh my God.
6.
You guys, we could have a straight flush over straight flush if Everton goes for this bounty. It's possible. 6, 8, 10. Queen of spades. Aw. 7.
Open-ended straight draw. And gets there, didn't need to, was always ahead. And Flask is KO'd. And we are switching. Now, there is a name at this table that you will recognize. That player is Graftekel. That player is Jans Arens, playing from Austria. Someone who we saw come second in a Sunday Million last year, but has some incredibly big online results to go with that second place finish in a Sunday Million.
James, rate the Brosnan bonds in order.
As in, put them into a kind of rankings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Best to worst, worst to best.
Goldeneye is clearly the best.
Yeah.
And I do find it interesting that with all of the recent Bonds, and I guess from the 80s through to the present day, their first movie has been their best. Living Daylights was Dalton's best. Goldeneye was Brosnan's best. Casino Royale was Daniel Craig's best. So your debut movie is very important when you become James Bond. So Goldeneye is number 1. I think Tomorrow Never Dies gets a lot of unfair flack. I don't think it's as bad as some people remember. But
Is that the one with Michelle Yeoh?
Yeah. It's probably maybe World Is Not Enough is slightly ahead of it. I don't know. I kind of like flip on those two. And then there's a massive, 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 massive gap. And then there's Die Another Day.
Yeah. Which one's the newspaper one? Is that Tomorrow Never Dies?
That's Tomorrow Never Dies. Yeah.
Yeah. And then what's The World Is Not Enough?
That's the oil one with Sophie Marceau and
the Denise Richards one is Die Another Day?
yes, no, Denise Richards is also World Is Not Enough.
World Is Not Enough, yeah.
Oh. Okay. So what is Die Another Day?
Halle Berry.
Oh. And that's the one where he like surfs or
That's
something?
the one, the CGI surfing
one?
and the invisible car.
Right.
I think
It's-
I'll have you know that Shannon Elizabeth is also in The World Is Not Enough
Oh yeah?
video
Is she?
game.
Oh.
Okay, yeah.
That game was pretty cool. I mean, it's no GoldenEye, but that one was pretty cool. You got to drive the Porsche Cayenne. You got to use the watch grappling hook.
Graf Tekel's in some trouble here, especially if Joachim finds an ISO here, either in the form of a shove, as there it is. And would have been decent equity 9-10 of diamonds against ace 6 of clubs, but against ace 9, you're in trouble unless you reverse straight. Oh.
Another KO taking us down to 43.
I think Thomas Crown Affair is the second best Brosnan Bond movie.
The Tailor of Panama was up there for Bond movies, as far as
I
I'm
thought Taylor
concerned.
Panama was brilliant, by the way.
What's the Tailor of Panama?
Taylor Panama is an adaptation of a John le Carré book where Brosnan plays a complete anti-Bond MI6 agent. It's really good. Check it out.
Tailor of Panama, 2001.
Three-way all in. Come on, King. Wait, no, I didn't mean that.
Wow. Wow. And Queens are going to hold, so Leland survives. Big Frog is out. And we're down to 41.
Wow, Jamie Lee Curtis. I feel like I've seen this, but I'd like to rewatch it.
Jeffrey Rush, right? And
Yeah.
as one of
Brendan
Jeffrey
Gleeson.
Rush's children,
Ooh.
as one of Jeffrey Rush's children, a pre-Harry Potter Daniel
I
Radcliffe.
just thought I see this in the top cast. It's very funny.
Wait, you're cheating with IMDb?
What? Me? I'm looking it up. What do you mean? How am I cheating? I've never seen it before. See? You accuse me of cheating and everything goes away. I'm your bluff very active since you've been checking out this table. Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness! We need to get in vision. I want to see Joe's face. Oh yeah, let's go now. We are an Esky Flash. Yeah.
What a
there
flop.
we are.
My goodness.
There we all are.
You've got... I mean, this is the... this is a train wreck waiting to happen.
I will
What's
say
the train
with this
wreckiest
Leyland
card? The
lead,
deuce of diamonds?
This can play as just one street of betting.
The eight
on
of
the flop,
diamonds?
Oh, he played it as a raise. You are just looking for trouble.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Gotta fold the 5s here.
Yeah.
Flush draw V.
Oh!
Oh, and the diamond on the turn.
The street flash
Leland
was no good.
has to leave the tournament. Mombasa up to 23.4 million.
Nice hand, Mom. SB Stewart asks, what actor played a villain in a Bond movie? Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. Probably...
That's an easy one.
Yeah,
That's an
what's his
easy
name?
one, Griffin.
Lee, right?
Christopher
Lee,
Lee,
is it?
that's right.
Christopher Lee, yeah. What villain did he play in a Bond movie?
He was Scaramanga from The Man with the Golden Gun.
There you go. Is that a good one?
See, I just let James be the Bond expert while he's here, but when he's not, I'm like, you know, we just let him have that.
I like the
Pocket Jacks
guesses.
is
Two
back.
guesses of Sean Bean. Like just retconning freaking Boromir as a villain, and he has not been in Star Wars. You guys suck. Pat Cash 83. Gonna need an apple on the flop. Doesn't get it.
We've got a fun
it looks
fact
like-
coming in here from Tom. Moderator Tom, who says, I'm Your Bluff was in the Dare to Stream challenge.
Wow.
It's pretty cool.
Very weird line there by Suckrates88. Didn't bet when they were ahead, decided to bet when the second over came, and gave some money to Pat Cash. And we are back.
Yeah, full disclosure, guys, with the intense heat in my part of the world, stuff is going wrong. So I will endeavor to do what it takes to stick with this stream. But if the worst comes to worst, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I will have to hand over the mantle to Mr. Stapleton and Mr. Benger.
Ooh, you know what that means, everyone? I will move up squares. I will be in the middle.
Can we put a blank in between? Distance between me and Griffin.
Hey!
So pocket fives
Wow,
still good
what
on this
appeal.
9-6 deuce flop. A reminder that you've got 12 minutes left if you want to try and predict how many knockouts the winner of this week's Sunday Million will get. PokerStars Sports will be closing the market at 1/2 the hour.
Isn't that Simba's father in Lion King? Mombasa.
It is not.
Mufasa.
Has anyone placed a bet? I'm curious if anyone has. I want to know if I'm rooting for a particular number.
Well, let us know. If you're watching on Twitch, watching on YouTube, let us know if you have decided to go for it, and if so, whether you've gone for an outright number or maybe decided to go for a bracket. For example, 16 to 19, which I think is a pretty solid spread.
Nice flop for Torzon. Tarzan's forgotten brother. This check back from Torzon, not advised. You have a very strong hand with 2 pair. You don't want to give these free cards to straight and flush draws. Luckily for Torzon, there are no flush draws to be worried about, but protect your hands, people.
Wait, did the
They
dealer
will
muck
betray
someone's
you
hand?
if you don't.
So, not dissimilar to last week, we have lost more than half the field in the first session. We are still 6 minutes away from the break, and we're already down to 36.
Joachim hoping to be up against something like Queen Jack of Hearts. Get a fold out with this, just this ace high, but
yeah.
Is this the same Joachim who made a deep run in last week's Sunday Million?
I think there's more than one Joachim.
I only know one, and he was a forward for the Chicago Bulls in the mid-2000s. Joachim Noah.
So,
remember Joachim Noah?
James. Noah. Darla here says...
Ah, there's a different Joachim. Clearly, if you're called Joachim, you make deep runs in the Sunday Million. Guarantee, not guaranteed. Ace
It's
5
the
suited.
Phil of J words.
Suited. Artisanal.
Darla says, it's 102 degrees here in Texas. What's the temperature there, James? Darla, it's only 40 where James is, and he's complaining. You're at 102, he's at 40, and he's whining about it.
Okay, do you want me to do the conversion? Because I honestly struggle with
40 is going to
with
be
imperial
98
measurement.
would be my guess.
Okay. 40
So 40 is
Celsius
104?
in
Oh, wow. That's what Tom
Fahrenheit.
says.
Yes, 104 degrees Fahrenheit. It's not
There
quite
you
that
go.
bad. I've got 37 at the moment.
Okay.
John McDevitt says Barry Greenstein makes an appearance on the flop. No, an ace is not Barry Greenstein.
Barry
An
Greenstein.
ace on the river is Barry Greenstein. So Barry only makes an appearance. You only get Flaming Barry if you see an ace on the river, which was the name of Barry Greenstein's book.
This person is saying there was an ace on the river on the flop.
Don't work like that.
Are we going to get the jack here for Broadway? Oh, we're never going to find out.
Mombasa with the sevens, under the gun. Over 50 big blinds. Got to pop that up.
Oh.
Is that genuinely the formula you have to use to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit? Multiply by 1.8 and add 32.
There's
that
an easier
genuinely-
one, I think.
Oh my god, that is ridiculous.
Mash for Fun says Celsius times 9 divided by 5 plus 32 equals 104.
Sounds like the final table for the bounties all over again.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with a system where water freezes at 0 and boils at 100. It's kind of... makes more sense. Jacks are hot today.
Everyone's hot today. Thanks, CO2 emissions.
Oh, I shouldn't be laughing because it's actually not funny at all.
Uh-oh.
Hot cash with a decent price with the 10 jack, but you're going to expect to be up against an ace a lot. So instead plays it as a raise. Recognizing that this is going to put a ton of pressure on those one pair hands. Difficult for Joachim to have two pair here because, you know, you block the jack with
Wow.
the ace jack. Ace Queen probably would have bet the flop, so it
Jacks
just becomes very
are
scary.
hot today.
Yeah.
Shout out to eDog31. First time making a comment, watching on Twitch, just getting into poker, just started watching. What a fascinating game, from the etiquette to the strategy. Such a fun information sink. Love it. Poker is an information sink.
Is that a common turn of phrase? Information sink? Like he's washing up in the sink of information?
Yeah.
No, I think it's like a sink, like you can, like when you dive into something, like you sink into, oh, I'm really going to sink into this book on
Okay.
sinks.
It's like a deep dive.
Yeah, I think. That would be my guess.
Well, guys, we are on break. That is the end of the first session. We started day 2 with 78 players, and now just 30 remain. This is a pattern we've observed in the last few weeks, and it seems to be continuing. A rapid journey to the final table, and then maybe slightly slower as we play down to the winner. You can watch Cards Up action all the way. We'll be back to the tables inside of 5 minutes. We have hit the first break. Of course, can't escape the fact that there is a new No Limit Hold'em World Champion. The World Series of Poker main event played to its conclusion at the weekend. So congratulations to our new winner. A European champion, Joe, a self-confessed idiot from Northern Europe.
Yeah, Alan. I don't know how you say his name exactly. I didn't catch any of the coverage, but from everything I can tell from his Twitter to the way people talk about him to some of the various stories I heard about him, he seems pretty beloved by the poker community. That's always great. I've heard that he is going to be a great ambassador for poker, and regardless of like whatever win, whatever tour a win happens on, we're always glad to have good ambassadors for poker. It's always good for poker for someone who's well-liked and a respected member of the community to win, 8 figures. So congratulations, and when the podcast is back, I will do my best to track down this player and make sure that we can have a chat. Oh, we lost James. I'm going to continue the
volume.
There he is. He had his mouth open like he was going to say something. I was like, yes, I'm going to patiently wait for James's next question, but it turns out that he's actually not thinking that hard. Griff, there was obviously a lot going on with the World Series of Poker. You skipped most of it. Did you keep tabs on it at all?
Not really. I don't know. It was funny, actually. Just when the main event was starting to get going, and it was sort of like 1C or 1D, I was in a real bad mood that whole day. Part of me really wanted to be there, and I just couldn't look at the coverage. I didn't want to get that FOMO and then take a morning flight for day 2 or something. I needed to sort of keep myself a little away from it. So I didn't really follow the coverage even, and I think that was just my own sort of mental you know what I mean? Just sort of because it's just I kind of told myself many years ago that I was never going to miss the main, because I owe it to myself to always go out there after having such an incredible finish in 16. But it just life happens sometimes. So I'll make sure I'm out there next year for sure.
We're going to try to drop James back in here. Yeah, it's kind of like unfollowing an ex off social media, right, Griffin? You're like, I don't need to see it. I don't need to know what's going on over there.
I'm glad she's
cool.
happy.
I've made my decision. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm going to show up at your place in the middle of the night and try to get it.
It's a perfect metaphor. It really is.
So apologies for that, guys. As I've referenced, I live in a country which only functions when it's 18 Celsius and overcast. The moment that there's any extreme weather and everything goes wrong, as evidenced by this evening. I was going to say that I did get to see some live poker played last week, not at the same scale as the World Series, but there was a special event at the Hippodrome last week for True Geordie and his fans, and it was great to catch up with Mason Pye, Nick Walsh, Finton Hand, who made the journey from Ireland, and Whiston, who came over from Europe for this event, and of course the True Geordie crew were there as well. And again, it's the second one of these I've been to, the second event where I've compared the final table. A good time was enjoyed by all, and yes, the open bar and significant volume of canapes definitely helped the environment. But congratulations to Owen who took down that event, winning $2.5 grand. Plus, he took out True Geordie. He took out Brian at the final table, so he got a £500 bounty as well. Should mention that Finton made it to the final table. It was a shootout format, so Finton won his heat, got to the final. The only member of Team Pro to achieve that, but obviously fell short of the money in that event. But more than anything, it was just an experience for all of the True Geordie fans who got to come to that event. So hopefully they do it again soon, and hopefully I get to go back, because I enjoy drinking other people's drinks and eating other people's food, meeting people who are also fans of what we do, not just fans of True Geordie's content. And yeah, it's a really, really good vibe there, really good fun. So if you made it down to the Hippodrome last week, hope you enjoyed yourself. Joe, I'm going to hope that my internet connection holds up for the next hour, so hope that you can have a break as we get back to the action in this week's Sunday Million and back to our new feature table. I know it's our same feature table. We've still got Pat Cash, we've still got Tours on, we've still got I'm Your Bluff.
Yeah, and that's a lot of chips for Pat Cash. You look at the rest of the table here, only one player with even half what Pat Cash is packing. And out flopping the big blind peel here with the Queen Jack on the 10 high board. So all coming up cash.
Yeah, now an 86% favorite, and S. Bors has to prove that jacks are hot today. Needs to get there on the river, Griffin, or bluff Pat Cash off this.
Not a very good candidate to bluff here. You know, a check back from Pat Cash on this flop is going to represent a decent amount of showdown value. Whether that is as weak as sort of ace high, you know, that ace high has now turned a wheel draw. That ace high could include a big club. So Queen Jack off, you know, no club is not a good candidate for the bluff on the turn here. And the fact you only have one bet in you as well, it's not going to do the trick.
So Pat Cash wins that pot and is now up to 42.5 million. This player from the UK is the chip leader with 30 remaining. Current payout is $889.39. Next money jump is when we're down to 23, when we're down to the final three tables. And of course, half the prize money in the Sunday Million is now on the head prizes, on the bounties, this being a progressive knockout. Stapes fan 310 says 30 remaining, so 15 Brazilians left. Well, you joke, but shall I count them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of the final 30 are from Brazil.
It's funny because 15 sounded like an exaggerated number, like you'd really only expect it to be like a couple, but 8 is right in the wheelhouse of what you'd expect. About 25% of the field.
It was not beyond the realms of possibility that 15 would have been a spot-on guess, to be fair.
Yeah. Great opportunity for I'm Your Bluff here to just pick up some chips pre-flop and get up to that 20 big blind mark. Really no point in doing anything tricky here with this kind of hand. S4 is going to put on a little bit of a show here and let it go.
I'm Your Bluff with a sizable bounty, nearly $1,350. Just checking the lobby, Griffin, to see who is the likely bounty daddy right now. I think it's a player called Galinia, who's playing from Thailand, who will be the single biggest target available. Haven't seen them yet.
Could be a nice result here from Joachim Pro. Not much incentive for Mombasa to try to bluff off a better hand. You're going to think your queen 10 is good a decent amount of the time here. You can probably comfortably fold to bets on this river because they're going to be an ace a lot of the time, but also you're going to be chopping with all the 10s that might be block betting. So that's why we might see a call to this, 20-25% bet. Mombasa might just think, and plays it as a raise with that diamond in hand, really trying to target those chop cards when they do have a 10, and maybe sometimes even folding out an ace. And it works. So very well done from Mombasa.
Griffin, I was getting ready to sing. I had my finger hovering over the jingle. I thought there was a chance there that we were going to get to do our thing. Probably, for the sake of the audience, good that there was a fold there.
I don't know, you and I always seem to figure it out. It's that Joe guy that drags us down.
I don't know. The way things are going this evening, I wouldn't bet on it.
Quick fold from the big blind there. I guess that was a shove for the 10 big blinds.
Oh, and talking of betting, even though you can no longer bet on how many knockouts the winner will get, you can still bet on how many knockouts the winner will get at the final table. So that's a simple market, right? There are going to be 9 players, so the minimum number of knockouts is 1, the maximum number is 8, so 1 through 8. Pays your money, makes your choice. PokerStars Sports running a market on this week's Sunday Million.
And mentioning the impending song that did not take place just 2 hands ago, James, we might have an opportunity here with these identical hands. Both played very passively, pre-flop and on the flop, but a quick fold from the double gutter and 2 overs, way too tight as a rule, and again we dodge the tune. Double gutter and drawing to the nuts. Not good enough for Torzon.
I hate to be a pedant. What am I saying? I love being a pedant. Max Ali says max is 9 because you get your own bounty. It's not about how many bounties you win. How many knockouts will the winner get at the final table? How many players will the winner eliminate? You can only eliminate a maximum of 8 players. So the market is 1 through 8.
Great flop here for Mombasa, all things considered, when you're up against Ace-King. And turning even more equity with the double gutter. So a lot of ways Mombasa can make the best hand. I reckon Espors might just give a free card here a good amount of the time too, so you don't even have to pay. 41% equity for Mombasa, and gets there with the absolute stones on the river.
But Spores just has Ace-King high, so you wouldn't imagine they'll lose. I mean, I guess that's a polarizing river bet, right? 6.8, is that going to tempt Spores into making a hero? Nope.
No, it's a little ambitious, I think, to make such a large bet on the river. Would have been interesting to maybe consider playing that as a check raise, because your opponent probably would have bet twice with a queen and would maybe try to bet you off something like a 7 or a 5 on that jack of clubs river. But either way, Mombasa wasn't going to make any money. As we go to the next hand, and Seaburgle gets a pretty advantageous flop against the king-queen. An opportunity on a lot of different turn cards to maybe bet out a hand like king-queen, but the ace is not one of them, and now Seaburgle, pardon me, not a lot of chips to play with, gonna fold. Prodigy BC has asked if I still keep up with CS at all. I actually, I don't. Nope. I didn't keep up with the scene. I don't know who's who.
I mean,
But
back
every
in
once
the
in a
day
while
when
I get a very,
when Griffin worked in customer service, he was one of the best. And I think the industry is missing him. I mean, can you imagine? You've got a problem, you need to return an item, and that friendly bearded face greets you. I mean, you could not get a better level of customer service than Griffin Benger.
Employee of the month, 8 months in a row. The
Nice.
single record. Berber with a nice double there, shoving the ace-jack suited, getting Espors to call for just 10 big blinds, and now has 7 million and just straight up shoves for 15 bigs. So wow, actually it has gone up to 500K, so we're shoving quite a bit less.
Well, a domination situation here. 10-8 versus 10-9, and there's a 10 on the flop.
It could happen, James. It could happen, James.
I genuinely don't know what I'm rooting for.
That's a good card. Enough showdown value, certainly, for Espors, I think, to check this back. No reason for Joachim to turn this 10 into a bluff. Get the vocal cords
Griffin.
ready.
We got one. That is a chop pot. You know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot. Ooh.
I think we might have nailed it.
Ooh. We ain't rusty in some departments.
I was getting ready. I was getting ready to blame the weather. But I don't need to come up with an excuse.
Hey, man, listen, sometimes you just need to have foolish confidence, and that's beautiful things can happen. Yeah, we're going to have to get that clipped and sent to Joe with a pre-written resignation letter that he needs to sign.
Line's currently 250,000, 500,000, going up in 10 minutes' time. Average stack with 27 players remaining is 17.5 million. We will be at 3 tables once we've lost another 3 players.
Speaking of threes,
Garanko. So the biggest stack at this table is Pat Cash 83, who is second in chips overall. There is another Pat. This is going to get confusing. Pat 2853 from Switzerland is the current chip leader with 52 million. And our old friend Everton sits third in chips right now. Button raise from Mombasa. Spurballs out, but Spores is in. Pair of 10s on the turn. Looks like that performance, Griffin, has been preserved. Thanks to John.
I've bookmarked it. I don't know how these things work when they disappear, but I will be sending that to friends and family.
I'm sure they'll be very proud of you. Ace King versus 3-5.
Shotgun ace king. You're stuck with 3-5.
I'm going to fold it.
Ah, damn. Right decision. Can't get anything by you.
Oh, no.
Espors. Just taking every button.
But those jacks, am I right?
Yeah, and Espors is always good for a half pot bet. Ready?
Your power's a weak old man.
You can't win, Doff.
Average stack is currently 18.2 million, so playing slightly above a 30 big blind average right now. Things might slow down as we get closer to the final 3 tables.
I assume you eventually finished Obi-Wan and probably discussed it on your podcast with James. Joe,
I think it actually, the final episode probably dropped after we recorded our last podcast before the summer break. I did not hate the series. I enjoyed it at times. I thought the whole thing was completely unnecessary. Parts of it annoyed me, the way that it interfered with pre-existing characters and pre-existing timeline. And I think Joe's suggestion is really strong, which is you could have just done an Obi-Wan adventure that was not in any way connected to Darth Vader or to the Skywalker family.
Mm-hmm. And what you're implying with the like sort of retconning or whatever, what in particular do you referring to?
I'm referring to the kind of the 2 confrontations in the TV show between Obi-Wan and Darth Vader, which to me kind of mess with the fact that they're not really meant to have seen each other. They've not really been in each other's presence since that fateful battle on Mustafar, which led to Anakin becoming a bit crispy and losing most of his limbs.
Spoilers.
I mean, I'm doing you a favour. Don't watch Revenge of the Sith. It's terrible. Yes, it's better than the other 2 prequels, but that's not saying much.
Oof. Big time woofs with these checkbacks, I'll be honest.
Yep, another pot for Joachim, and I think Limburger 23's hit the nail on the head. Just don't watch Star Wars overall and you'll be fine. I think if you didn't watch any of the stuff that's being put out right now, you'd be in a much happier place. If you are, like me, a fan of the original trilogy, stop watching all these spin-offs. Because for every Mandalorian, there's a Solo, or a Book of Boba Fett, or an Obi-Wan.
I ate my pet. I do have to say that they did address that in the finale, although I think it's a bit of a cop-out of a reasoning. Ate My Pet says, also Leia having met Obi-Wan, even though she talks as if they never met in A New Hope. They did address that in the finale when he said, you know, we'll meet again one day, but we have to pretend we don't know each other because it's too dangerous.
And that is one of the worst pieces of writing.
Pretty terrible,
to try and
fit
fit a pre-existing timeline you could make, but yeah.
But was ultimately addressed. I mean, that was my biggest problem with the series, to be honest. The whole time I was like, this is... Why couldn't he be saving anyone else? And then we don't know what's going to happen to the person that Obi-Wan's saving.
That was Joe's point, is make it about something. So make it about something in the universe that's not the Skywalker saga. Anywho, we got top set here for Joachim, but Mombassa's getting sticky.
Yeah, it's a loose peel, but you do have the backdoor flush draw. You're getting a pretty good price. This could just be sort of a blockery bet from something like 9s or 10s that you can turn some equity against. So I don't hate it.
Yeah.
It looks a lot worse than it is, I think, because your opponent has pocket aces. But I think it's a spot where you can peel sometimes.
Two positives, because I don't like to constantly hate on stuff. I thought Ewan McGregor gave the best performance he's ever given as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I know he didn't really have much opportunity in the prequels, but
Yeah,
I
the
thought
bar
he
was
was
pretty
really
low.
strong. And I love it anytime they bring in the Inquisitors. I love the Inquisitors in the Rebels TV show. I love the Inquisitors in the Jedi Fallen Order video game. And I thought they worked really well in this. And you didn't really need Darth Vader.
Did you think that they had retconned the Grand Inquisitor and had him actually killed, or did you know deep down that they were gonna?
I thought it was a different character. It was only when I was told, no, that's meant to be the guy from Rebels. I'm like, well, he's obviously not dead then, isn't he? He's going to come back in a future episode.
Yeah.
And by the way, I much prefer him in animated form, voiced by Jason Isaacs.
Yeah. I did like that actor in something he did, though. I forget what it was. Was it? Anyways, the one that played the Grand Inquisitor. Homeland, I think he was on. He was quite good in that.
Yeah. Actually, really good comment on this from Chris, our producer, but let's see how this hand plays out. We've got Mombasa opening with the Grafton, 10-9 suited. 7-7-6-6-5-9-9-9-2. The Ninja is flatting. Pat Cash flats as well, and it is an ace-high flop.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of a problematic flat here on the button, just playing 22 big blinds with ace-2 suited. You know, you are really behind the range of the open and early position. There are two players behind, and as you can see, one of those players has called with a better hand, and you find yourself, more often than not, are going to lose a decent-sized pot.
24
Pat
remaining,
Cash,
by the way. Down to the final three tables. Pat is going to raise this, Griffin.
Yeah, and like now what do you do? Pat Cash would never do this as a bluff, really, so you kind of have to fold the ace-deuce, and you can't even get to that chop.
Yeah.
A bit of a misstep, I think.
So, you may think you're a Star Wars fan. There is no Star Wars fan bigger than Chris, our producer, the only person on the planet who paid to go and see The Phantom Menace in 3D at the cinema. Chris's biggest bugbear, and this is a really valid point. In Empire Strikes Back, when Luke goes to fight Vader, Obi-Wan says to Yoda, "That boy is our only hope." Really? Surely with the amount of time he spent with Leia, he knows she's more of a hope than Luke is. Very good point. Blinds up, 300, 600. Prequels. Got to be careful with prequels.
Ooh, very tricky check back here from ace-10. I think as a rule, most of the time you're going to be ISOing on 30 bigs with ace-10, but instead plays it as a check back and now a bet and gets that raise that would not believe that Mombasa has a decent or even any real ace here, quickly checking back. This is one of those little kind of subtle things that, you know, timing, decision-making, and Mombasa is just an excellent opportunity here. Unless somehow Torzan can convince Mombasa to fold, but I'm pretty hard-pressed to see that happen. Oh my gosh, snaps off!
Torzan all in and all out. By the way, you know there have been various changes to the original Star Wars movies over the years, the changes that George Lucas has made, and obviously they are going to have to redub some scenes in A New Hope. Like, for example, when Obi-Wan has that moment where he says, "Obi-Wan Kenobi, I haven't gone since Obi-Wan since before you were born." They're going to change that to, "I haven't gone since Obi-Wan since that Disney Plus series that was set 10 years ago." Such a shock to hear that name that it's been a good couple of years since someone called me that.
Yeah, also, and clearly just like the ghost of Qui-Gon been calling him that every day for God knows how long.
Qui-Gon, you look so old. only Force Ghost that's aged really, really badly.
Oh man, do you watch Atlanta? Liam Neeson had an amazing guest spot playing himself on Atlanta.
Best Liam
Really,
Neeson guest spot is
really
in Derry
weird.
Girls. Fact.
Oh wow, he was in Dairy Girls, huh? Seaburble, you're in a lot of trouble, pal. One ace about to be folded from the big blind. All on the line here for your 9 bigs. You're screaming. Maybe one of your friends is watching with you. Ace, 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 Barry! Oh!
No,
Nice
Greenstein,
run,
and
buddy.
another KO as Garankor takes out Seaburble, and that takes us down to 22 players.
And Garankor with that momentum. Got to pop up the King 10 on the button.
Wait. Wow. Tom drawing attention to the fact that Seaburble didn't knock out a single player. I missed that. I missed the target. I missed the number. Seaburble cashes for $1,247 for a 23rd place finish. 0 bounties. That is really weird at this stage of the game. Really weird to make it to the final 3 tables and not knock out a single player. And
That is funny.
oh wow, it gets better. It gets better. That's 0 bounties on 3 bullets.
Great opportunity here. Garankor needed sort of a 9 jack or an ace on the turn to comfortably 2-barrel here and try to fold out hands like a 6. Or in this case, a deuce. Does get it, does make the nice bet, gets up to 20 million. So feeling really good as we get down to 22 players here, winning that huge all-in with the kings and now a nice 2-barrel.
I am watching a couple of TV shows at the moment, Griffin, that I absolutely love, but I'll talk about those at the next break. I want Mr. Stapleton
Fair
to be
play.
in the conversation.
Did you ever end up watching Patriot, his favorite show?
Oh yeah, I was one of the first to watch after he recommended it.
Okay,
And
okay.
I
You
still to
liked
this
it?
day, I loved it, and I still to this day don't understand how Spraggy doesn't enjoy it, because I think Spraggy has a really good, strong sense of humor. I'm surprised that it doesn't kind of gel with his sensibilities. Huge flop.
Well,
by the way,
I've tried
for
to
Garankor.
watch it. I've tried to watch it twice and can't get into it. But I'm gonna keep trying. I haven't given a real college try. I watched, the pilot with my girlfriend probably a couple of years ago, and then I watched the first 2 or so a couple months ago. But I'm gonna keep going. I gotta get into the groove. I gotta get into the Patriot groove.
Keep it going, Rick. And I mean, action killer.
What is Go Crazy doing?
Well, I guess Go Crazy thought that they had the straight draw on the turn, so it was worth betting 3.5. But yeah, Garankor is going to struggle to get value on this board.
Oh.
So yeah, the next break is about 25 minutes away, and you've got about half an hour left if you want to try and predict the exact number of knockouts that the winner of this week's Sunday Million will get at the final table. That market being offered to you by PokerStars Sports.
Nice spot from Mombasa there, putting pressure on the 20 million stack, 3-betting the ace-5 off. So Mombasa's been playing pretty strong here. Very impressed with that snap call all in with the ace-10 in that blind-on-blind spot, and really has earned those 37 million chips.
Well, the chip leader right now has 47 million chips, well 46.8 to be precise. It is Pat Cash 83, who's also at our feature table. Mombasa currently second on the leaderboard. Oh, hello. Is that a new world record of deep run without a single bounty? I don't know. We've not really tracked it. I'm going to say it might be, because that, to me, is an anomaly. To get to the top 24 and, I mean, made a profit on those 3 bullets, because cashed out for nearly $1,250, but to not get a single knockout does seem...
Chris asks how you feeling about Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones prequels. I'm very excited about the Lord of the Rings prequels since
Really?
the new trailer came out. I think it looks really good, and I think that Amazon putting literally like what $1 billion into it, it has to be at least a spectacle. It's going to be, whether they nail everything else, who knows? Game of Thrones, I don't know. It could be a lot of different things.
I have little to no interest in either.
Mm-hmm. But you're in general, you're very kind of like trepidatious about prequels in general. And I'm warming up to your perspective, but I'm still always just going to give the benefit of the doubt.
Wasn't The Hobbit already released? Wasn't The Hobbit in effect already a prequel to The Lord of the Rings? 2 pair here for Joachim.
Yeah, but The Hobbit was a prequel in the sense that Obi-Wan is a prequel to A New Hope, whereas they're really going back, as I understand it, like hundreds or even thousands of years in the Lord of the Rings prequel. So it's just like it's not really gonna necessarily.
This pot could be about to get bigger.
Yeah.
That appearance by Barry Greenstein giving Mombasa top pair might get this bet called. 6 million into 9 does get called.
Oh yeah.
And Joachim with 2 pair up over 30 million now. No interest in either show, sorry. I keep saying the TV show that breaks convention because it's a prequel that works, it's a spin-off that works, is Better Call Saul. I watched the latest episode last night. It's incredible. It's better than Breaking Bad. And it is absurd to me that something that took not a minor character, but a secondary character in that show to make them the main character and is set beforehand so you kind of know where it's going to end. The fact that it is still so tense, still so engaging, just shows how good the writers of that show are.
Yeah, they're masters for sure.
It shouldn't work, but it does. And not only does it work, as I said, I think, and I'm not going to conclude this until the show's finished, because I think you have to compare 2 complete entities, not a show that's still midway through its final season, but there is a very good chance that it will stand the test of time as being a better show than Breaking Bad.
GBR Breakdown says, I always struggle with where Breaking Bad fits into the Hobbit timeline. Advantage Gorankor here. Just has to find a bet.
Gorankor.
And should be able to take this down. Don't you check, Gorankor.
I'm pretty sure the
check raise,
Gorankor
Gorankor
will be featuring in those Lord of the Rings prequels.
Yeah.
In the caves of Dastuthra, you will find Gorankor.
Nice shove spot here for a bunch of numbers, guy.
7766599992. The Ninja.
I was more of a T-Rex full tilt avatar myself.
You ever see the old canon films, ninja movies, Griffin? Enter the Ninja, Revenge of the Ninja, Ninja 3, The Domination?
No, but I was a big fan of Three Ninjas, the movie series.
Oh, all the 6s, well, 2 of them, enough to give Spores trips and to have your opponent betting into you. That's right, Ninja 3, the aerobics ninja. Those movies are so bad, they are brilliant. Unfortunately, I think they would lose their appeal if you watch them now. They need to be seen on VHS tape. You need to be actually putting a videotape into a machine to watch those films.
X-Men First Class is basically a prequel, and I thought it was pretty good. X-Men First Class was good.
I prefer the the second one? Was it the Days to Future
Days
Past?
of Future
I thought it
Past.
was-
I need to
That's
rewatch
awesome.
that one. I feel like I don't appreciate it as much as First Class. Ace King
Big slate.
for Goatman. And has Go Crazy's luck run out? Or will they find the big double up? 2 queens have been folded. But that doesn't stop the Johnnies and the straights to come in. Am I right? Oh.
Go Crazy. Doubles up again.
Go crazy. Yeah, go crazy. 7, go crazy.
Small blind versus big blind. Garankor completes with King 7. All in. Chris has wings. Hey, James and Griffin, how are things in the sweatbox, or is there a ban on talking about the weather? No, we can talk about the weather. I'm assuming things are reasonably okay in your part of the world. How hot is it in Montreal right now?
It's about 18.
Really? That cool?
Yeah.
Wow. I'd take 18
Wait.
right now.
No, it's not. It's 23.
I'd still
It's
take
like
23.
18, 19 at night.
Yeah, Chris says it's 37 degrees in Manchester. Chris is suffering hard. It's like that down south as well, Chris.
Curious to see if Joachim decides to continue here from the small blind. We can get a rare 3-way flop. Actually would have been 4-way, as I think Pad Cash will come in with the 9-5 suited, but also folds. Advantage Garankor.
I appreciate the correction, Diego, who wrote, it's 95 degrees Celsius here in Jacksonville, Florida, but raining. Everyone in Jacksonville would be dead if it were 95 Celsius. Thank you, Diego, for correcting that to Fahrenheit. $350, 700 blinds.
Keeps on coming up. Garankor might get a peel from Mombasa, though, with the ace-7.
Spraggy. Top pair
Very
versus second
advantageous
pair.
board. Yeah.
Griffin, where is Moncton?
I don't know. Alberta?
VJ Sampson claims it's 33 Celsius, 34 in Moncton. I think they may be challenging your claim that it's 23
Yeah, it's New
degrees.
Brunswick.
All right.
Oof.
Two pair versus
Great flop.
second
Yeah.
pair. Absolutely.
Informative comment from Dr. Ham. You can confirm or deny, James. Most homes in the UK are designed to keep heat in. Is that part of the
If that
suffering?
is true, they are utterly terrible at doing that. We have some of the leakiest homes in Europe. Our housing stock is renowned for being completely energy inefficient. Granted, they get ridiculously hot in the summer months, but they don't keep the heat in the winter months. Most of the money we spend heating our homes is wasted because the heat just goes out. We have a lot of old housing and we have a lot of badly built housing in this country.
Ace King for
King
Go
versus Ace King.
Crazy. Yeah.
Well, Griffin, we started on a high. I fear the only way is down.
Just like people depicting James Bond, the first time is often best.
Garancourt with the free roll, but that did end in a chop. And Griffin, you know what they say. Everyone
loves a chop pot.
You waited too long. You waited too long. Yeah.
Ugh, that was very Tomorrow Never Dies of me.
Yeah. It wasn't quite Die Another Day, but thank you, Tom, for trying to make us feel better. The scores are extra brutal because it was a lot to live up to the first one. That's
Yeah. And that's how I felt when I came out of Quantum of Solace.
I like Quantum of Solace.
I know you do.
It's a mess, and by that I mean the fact that the direction and editing is appalling, but the concept, the basic idea of doing a direct sequel and the foundations of the movie I think are pretty solid. With a better director, oh my god, it could have been a really good film.
Gosh, should I rewatch Quantum of Solace? Probably not.
The opening sequence will still make you vomit and make you and be utterly confusing as you've no idea what's going on.
What was the opening sequence?
It's the car chase, which is, again, such a hugely wasted opportunity.
Who directed it?
Mark Forster, who did The Kite Runner.
Random!
Yeah.
No, the next time I'm going to watch a Bond movie, it's going to be one of your old classics that you want me to watch. I still haven't watched any of them. No Connery. No Dalton.
Surely some mistake. I think that a good starting point, especially if you're in the kind of mindset of the Daniel Craig movies, having been through this extended era of those movies, is to go to Timothy Dalton and accept that it's a film of its era, accept that it's a film of the mid-80s, but understand that he was trying to bring that kind of Daniel Craig style tone to the films at a time when no one was expecting it or willing to tolerate it. Garancourt's got the snowmen's.
Nom 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 nom.
Yeah, and it's going to face some resistance from Espors. On 20 big, 7-handed here, I think I'd like to just see this shove, which happens. And now Garancourt, you know, sometimes you want to call 20 big blind shoves with a hand like 8s, but in these positions, when it represents half your stack with just 21 people left in the Sunday Million, you know, you got to find a fold. It's just too disastrous to see your opponent wake up with that 9s to queens kind of range. You do think you're flipping a lot of the time against those ace queens and ace jacks and ace kings, but not worth it. Let it go, Garancourt. You're doing so well. An 8 was also folded. Would have been disastrous.
Aussie Cats, as I finally watched the most recent Matrix movie the other day. If you want to talk about disappointing movies, I'm deliberately avoiding it because I have not met or heard from a single person who has a positive word to say about it.
I liked it.
Really? Yeah, but you like Reloaded and Revolution, so your opinion
I
doesn't
don't like
count.
Revolutions. I hate Revolutions. I enjoy Matrix Reloaded as an action movie, and I think that the ending with the Santa Claus architect was like interesting. I just came in with very low expectations for Resurrections. I enjoyed it on the level of like, oh, I'm gonna go watch like an episode of Sense8, which is like the budget TV version of the Wachowskis, and in that way, and it's like very, very like meta and subversive, and it's just like an interesting. It's just a weird movie. I think you should watch it because it's not just like terrible or.
King 5 up against 10s, and 10s hold and go crazy. Doubles up again.
See, look at all these. Me too, Griffins. I enjoyed Matrix 4. See, we're out here. We're shy. We don't like to, they need a hero like me to say it on air in front of thousands of people. I enjoyed Matrix 4. But
As
was
I
not
was about to say, when that all-in occurred, I do
Matrix.
believe the Wachowskis peaked at Jupiter Rising.
First of all, it's Jupiter Ascending. Polish up your joke. You know what's so funny? I'm so glad you mentioned Jupiter Ascending, because the cottage that we rented with my family, it's owned by like a family friend or whatever, and they have a massive DVD collection. So we were watching just DVDs night after night. We watched Misery and Get Shorty.
I refuse to believe anyone owns that movie on DVD.
I swear to God, in this catalog of hundreds of DVDs, they owned Jupiter Ascending. I couldn't believe it. I was just like, this is absurd. Like, I almost wanted to show it to my parents to be like, why is this movie in here amongst all these really good movies? Like, it was like beside Apocalypse Now,
I watched that movie on a plane. I should say, I stuck with it for like 2/3. I never finished it. I have no desire to see how it finishes.
Oof. Something.
I mean,
its very existence is fascinating to me. Like
prosthetic ears, to Sean Bean communicating with bees, to Eddie Redmayne seemingly kind of like.
Oh my gosh!
Is he taking the piss? Is he like kind of? Like
I don't
thinking,
think he.
what can I get
No,
away
I
with
think I've watched interviews with him talking about it. He was trying to take it into a direction that just like. Sort of this like camp over the top kind of like thing, but it was just horrible.
Yeah.
Pat Cash might decide to limp call and happens to be against one of the worst hands that 7-9 suited could be against, and flops what would appear to be good if you're sitting there with the 7-9.
Mombasa hits the case 9 on the river. That's 2 pair for Pat Cash, but it's the set for Mombasa.
No.
What a card! Oh wow!
No.
And gets the full double up through Pat Cash, and we are switching 3 tables in action right now. And here we have the other Pat 2853, Guzmao, Everton, who we saw earlier on, also in this hand. Lankett, the start of day chip lead is still going.
Not a good omen for what to expect from Pat 2853 flatting here with the ace-4 on the button. And then Min re-raising the flop. Everton sitting there with the ace-queen and the ace of diamonds. definitely thinking they have the best hand most of the time here. Going to expect to be up against... Oh my god, you're not folding, are you, Everton? Thank you. Whew! Always a sweat.
Now, occasionally, Griffin, when I'm looking at comments that have come in from viewers on Twitch and YouTube, I may just glance and sometimes I'll misread what people have written. And I thought that I was being insulted by Mehdi on YouTube. I thought he'd written, James, you haven't aged well. But actually, he's written, James, you haven't aged. Well done. So, thank you for your comment, genuinely.
There you go. That's funny. Oh, and Pat is just coming out blasting. This is going to be an entertaining table to watch here with just 18 remaining. You know, we saw the ace-4 flat. We saw the raise on the flop.
That's a straight,
And
Griffin.
that is... And Everton is going to expect that a check raise will see it continue from a lot of Pat's range here, because you unblock all those aces and pairs of queens and, you know, king, queen, but does just find the call. Good for Everton.
Oh, Pat's hit a 6 on the river.
Yeah, Everton's probably going to want to put out a bet here to try to get a call from like a queen. I think this 6.3 million is a bit greedy, because Pat probably would have bet twice with an ace, but still gets a call. Oh my goodness.
When I said Pat hits a 6, I was joking, as in, all right, now we might pay off the bet, but they did.
Patty.
They did.
Oh my God.
Pat paid.
That's a spicy beef patty right there.
Inside of the next 10 minutes, by the way, the guys at PokerStars Sports are going to close the market. Your last chance if you want to try and predict how many KOs the winner of this week's Sunday Million will get at the final table. They are numbered 1 through 8 of 5 is the favourite, 3 to 1. The outside chance being just 1 KO at odds of 28 to 1. I mean, I don't know what Pat's going to do with 8 deuce here. That, I guess, raise, why not?
What is your man doing in the small blind with the 9-4 is the real question.
Queen 10 button raise from Guzmao and suck rates with the Spraggy, A7.
And just shoves it for the 30 bigs. Very risky here with just 18 people left. This would often, I think, be more played as a call, and maybe you might shove on, you know, anywhere between sort of 12 and 20-ish bigs. So keep an eye on suck rates. Being prepared to put the tournament on the line there with just the A7 could be indicative of someone that's ready to splash around. I'd love to see a shove here, though, for these 26 big blinds with pocket 5s. And is going to go work, but you might just see Pat call here. Come on, Pat!
Come on, Pat!
Spicy beef patty! Just wants to go for it. You can see how much it hurts them.
Oh.
And honestly, if Pat finds a raise here, I'd do it again in Everton's shoes. But just a limp. Just shove, Everton. Everything. Everything. Ducks fly together, baby. Flap your wings. Oh, would have worked. Oh, but ducks still fly.
Okay,
Open-ended
the set
draw for
of deuces, but there's no way Pat is folding a straight draw, Griffin.
Nope.
Pat's betting the straight draw. And
Yeah.
in all seriousness, this set of deuces, you've got to protect here, right? You've got to raise.
Yeah, the board, you know, playing too slow here. I think you need to just raise, because Pat could just spaz off with a 7, or in this case, a straight draw. And now you don't even really feel that comfortable raising, but you probably should. Stop call from Pat. No. Ugh.
Pat folds. Pat is down to 15.9 million. Plenty of chips going over in Everton's direction at the moment, who's now sitting on 56 million. Everton's second in chips. Felipe, who we saw at the start of day 2, won the first hand at our first feature table, is chip leader with 62.5 million right now.
Sizzo in some trouble here. You don't blame them for taking the ace-7 suited with how active Pat is. Flush draw! Flush!
Oh, the spades! And that's going to leave Pat with 10.5 million. We are switching because there's still a hand in progress at the table we were watching just now, and it is Garancourt with the nut flush, shoving river, go crazy with a 10 high flush. This is a straight flash board.
It's a lot of clubs, and that's a fold.
And that is going to take us to the break. So we still have 3 tables of 6. We will be down to the final 2 tables when we are at 16 players. We will continue playing day 2 of this week's Sunday Million until we have a winner. Down to the final table and beyond. As we just mentioned, it is Felipe from Brazil who's number 1 in chips right now. Fellow countryman Everton second on the leaderboard. More action from the Sunday Million inside of 5 minutes, but Joe's back as we talked during the break, and I did tease Griffin that I was going to mention a couple of TV shows that I'm enjoying right now. One is not brand new. It is I guess it's the Star series that's on Disney Plus here in the UK, Only Murders in the Building, with Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez.
Hulu here.
Yeah. Been a
Hulu series.
Been a big hit in this household as one of the couple shows I watch with my lovely girlfriend. She adores it. I like it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I
wouldn't watch it on my own, but
it's nothing special.
Enjoyable.
It's nothing special, but it's very enjoyable, very charming,
very
and very funny in places. Absolutely.
Yeah.
The show, which I think is incredible, and everyone knows The Godfather is my favorite movie. I discovered that because I am a Sky Cinema customer, I get Paramount Plus for free, so I did start watching The Offer, which I think is brilliant and is so well cast. And if I'm going to give a shout out to someone in particular, it's Matthew Good, who nails Robert Evans perfectly. His performance is incredible. I'm 7 episodes in and I'm loving every second of it. I think it's brilliant.
I'm glad
there's only 1 episode left, right?
I think there's 10
only 8
episodes, so I've still
total.
got 3 to go.
Oh,
I think there's 10.
That's a good reminder for me. I'm going to start watching that probably tonight.
Have you seen it, Joe?
Yes, I believe I was the one who told you about it. Yeah, it's fantastic. Really, really fun. Really interesting. And unlike a lot of shows that sort of are historical fiction, they can't really F with a lot of the details in this. Like, a lot of it is like pretty well-known stuff involving people who are still alive. So whatever dramatic interpretation they have is still pretty close to the way things went down, which is what makes it so compelling, in my opinion.
Nice.
I mean, there's a few details like, I guess it's not really a spoiler alert because it's something that happened in real life. But, when they're shooting the scene in Louis' Bronx where Charlie Bluedorn is convinced that Pacino is the right actor to play Corleone, they have Charlie Bluedorn on set that day. In reality, he saw the dailies, but it doesn't matter because it's the same story point. It's the same narrative, which, as you said, Joe, is true. I mean, look, I've read so many books about the making of The Godfather, including Robert Evans' own book, The Kid Stays in the Picture, which is a great read, by the way. Peter Biskin's Easy Riders, Raging Bulls. There are so many movies about that period and about the movie brats taking over Hollywood. And it does stick, you're absolutely right, to most of the facts. But it's a really stellar cast. Paramount clearly spent a lot of money on this show, but I guess if they're trying to drive subscriptions for a new streaming service, and we talked last week about just how many streaming services there are right now, they've got to have some premium content to dangle in front of people. I'll be honest with you though, if I didn't get this streaming service for free, I'm not sure I would bother. And that's a shame because I'd miss out on this show. But there's just too many now, and I wonder if we're going to reach a point where there has to be some consolidation. And maybe every single US TV network, for example, can't have its own streaming platform.
Yeah, you know, it's getting pretty annoying in some respects. Like AMC has one now, and you know, NBC has one, and I don't think, the industry will be able to sustain itself. It really seems to me what's happening is just cable TV on the internet now, and which kind of leaves cable in a weird place. And what I've been paying for cable for the last couple years, even though it's like $120 a month, and I don't get much for it, because I'm afraid eventually the cable companies are going to tell you that they won't give you internet service unless you also subscribe to cable. So I've definitely been overpaying for a long time. It is curious about what's going to happen.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to leave you to continue covering the action this week's Sunday Million. I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back soon. But maybe during the next session, you might get down to the final table, or at least get us down to that all-important final table bubble, because we are close to the final 16 players now.
Let us do it. Hello, my babies. James off to enjoy his break. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger, a.k.a. the Unicorn, from the final 18 down to a winner, approaching the final two tables.
You know, I did notice that Paramount Plus also has Sonic the Hedgehog 2, so, you know, there's incentive there.
I think a lot of people, I don't really love, I tried to watch, what's that cowboy show? Yellowstone. I tried to watch Yellowstone. People seem to really like that. I'll go back to it, give it another try sometime, but those seem to be the two big ones on Paramount Plus, Yellowstone and The Offer.
Okay.
If you think about The Offer, it makes sense, though, right? Because it's a Paramount show talking about a Paramount movie that all sort of features on the Paramount network, on the Paramount lot. So it's like a big advertisement for Paramount, but it is excellent. Both players have missed here.
Have you gotten around to The Bear yet?
I haven't watched The Bear yet. I did watch RRR like you suggested. Thought it was very, very, very stupid, but also very compelling at the same time.
That's all you had to say, baby. Everton! 64 million.
I'm just glad that movie special effects have gotten to the point where the dumb ideas we had as kids now can be put on screen and look almost realistic. Like, what if he like jumped out of a cage with like a bunch of animals and like he was holding two guns and riding a tiger, and you're like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my life. And then you see it on screen, you're like, it's pretty dumb, but it almost works.
Yeah.
Flush draw for Everton. Is Everton still the chip leader?
Must
No,
be with the
second
amount
in
of
chips.
And the nut flush draw? Come on. Oh, you dumb suck rates. You dumb dog.
He's just kidding.
I'm just kidding, buddy. You know, sometimes this works. I don't think it's going to work this time because Everton has 61 million chips and the nut flush draw. But, you know, sometimes you want to put a little pressure on something like tens and see if you can get a fold. And, take a hike, pal.
Come on, man.
All right?
There's 4 sixes
Get
live,
the
bro.
showers. There's a lot of other hands we want to cover here.
All right, so Gold Taus says, what about free roll? And that's the first thing they've ever written. So the first thing is you banned. And second thing, if you're expecting a free roll, you should tune out. If you feel entitled to a free roll, you should tune out. Also, lol, what a stupid commentators. They are drunk or what? You sound drunk to me. You also sound banned. Thank you for your comment.
Oh, should we do a band shot like we used to do? Oh.
Wait, did we ever do that? But okay, it's just coffee.
I was referencing.
Let's
him
go,
saying
Pat,
wrong.
says the audience. We've got a gut shot here for Pat. Deuces are the best hand? Huh?
By the way, if you're still watching Zaskuk and Gold Taus, the recent bannees, I have asked in the past what happens to people that get banned, whether they get it back, and I've always been told you're banned forever.
Correct.
I don't know if it's actually timed, and Joe's just messing with me on air when he says that, but you could never come back, or you might be coming back soon.
So remember
Password is
earlier when I said that if you are here expecting or feeling entitled to a free roll, you should leave? I'm glad they all left, because now the rest of you who deserve it get to participate.
Yeah,
There's the password.
yeah.
It's bounty. Available in some markets. Now, what I'm going to say is, if you can't find it, it's probably not in your market, and I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, and if you
But there
can't
you
find
go.
it, we will ban you.
Tom has put
Sorry,
the
I'm
tournament
kidding.
ID in the chat.
This is a bad flop for Sissy because the gentleman or woman, Sissy,
The player.
doesn't have a lot of chips. We're talking about 15 big blinds, so when you complete here facing the raise, you might just want to check shove to protect. We do see Sissy play it as a call, but now you can see that SPR, the stack to pot ratio, is getting real tough. You know,
It's
what
top
do you
pair,
do
Griffin.
here when you get faced another bet?
Jack 10 suited plays better than Jacks. Okay, that's you banned. Thank you for your comment. 10 on the river. Doesn't change anything for these two hands. I guess Sizzy is now playing a slightly better kicker.
No. Oh, they're from their 7 kicker, yes. Sissy might be betting here as sort of a block, which does prevent Sissy from losing all of their chips, which is nice. Still 10 big blinds.
I do want to remind everybody what you're playing for in the free roll. The top 100 players get a ticket to this very tournament. We could be commentating
Wow.
on you sometime
Wow.
soon. The next 250 people get a road to the Sunday Million tickets. So, you know, you might make it to the Sunday Million one way or another.
Yes. But if you don't make it in the top 300, we will ban you on Twitch. Please let us know who you are when you don't make it, as Pat min raises off 5 big blinds. And gonna run right face first into the ace king of suck rates. Fresh off that bluff that did not work. Now, Pat's gonna call it off. Needs a duck.
Pat
Whack,
needs
whack.
a deuce. Does not hit the deuce. Pat finally stands pat in this tournament. Out
Nice.
in 17th place. We're down to the final 2 tables. Isaura Bermejo asks, what's the password for today? It's for the free roll. Thank you for your question. Wait, do you think she was saying what's the password for today or what's the password for today? Either way, it's for the free roll. Thank you for your question. He-Man says, Joe, I watch every Sunday Million stream, and I am from where RRR is made. I agree it's stupid in many ways, but it's how life was 100 years back here.
That's great. So you know
I wasn't
they're-
commenting
they're-
on...
Yeah, they're
The
loosely
story
they're
is
kind of-
good. The story makes perfect sense and is very compelling. This could be trouble for Goose Mao. Ace on the turn. Sorry, let's focus on the poker for a second here while it's exciting.
Yeah, big hand, big hand. It's a really weird way to spell Socrates, by the way.
I drank what? It's my favorite quote by Socrates. Oh, and does get the crying call from Ace-10. Probably did not love that spot. Goose Mount down to 14 million, 38 million for Socrates.
So did you know that the two main characters in RRR are actually based on real people that in real life never actually came together, but it's like they're actually like freedom fighters, Indian freedom fighters, which I thought was
What I
pretty
found interesting about the movie is they have that disclaimer at the beginning, and it says,
Yeah.
this is not meant to represent any particular Indian people or village or tribe, and we do not mean to cause or offend to any Indian people. But they don't say anything about the English at all.
Yeah, yeah,
They're just
who are
like,
the
we absolutely
mega
do mean
villains.
offense to the
Yeah.
English people.
Yeah. I love that Ray Stevenson is randomly in the movie too, and he kind of like really gives her too. Tried to find
He
an
chews
interview
up
with
the
him, but-
scenery.
Yeah, when he pops out of that out of the truck and catches the gun, I was like,
Pocket Jacks here for 776659992.
yeah, and playing it as the 3x, which not highly recommended. You want to be balanced by just min raising, so you can do it with some weaker hands, and you can see it scared off the wise to it Pat Cash. Folded the king 10 suited.
Whoa,
with
I
jacks
thought
for
Pat
quite
just
a
went
bit.
broke.
No, did we think that?
Socrates. Pat 2853 finished in 17th place, but Pat Cash 83 alive and kicking.
Yeah.
Got a couple of patty cakes in this tournament today. 3-bet from Socrates.
Give a dog a bone.
Okay, so folks, if you're not able to find the free roll, Frosty Gamer says, where the free roll, Joey McJoe? It is online. It is on the PokerStars client. If you can't find it, it's probably not available in your area. Pat Cash and Goose Mao going to the flop. Goose Mao, relatively short stacked, I think. Did defend the big blind, I assume. I didn't see if there was a raise, but I can't imagine Pat Cash limped in. Goose Mao with the gut shot.
Got shots everywhere.
2 gut shots, that's right, Griffin. Both players with a gut shot. Ooh, and Pat Cash with the ace-king suited. Ace-8 for go crazy, and not a lot of chips.
Hey, don't go crazy, huh?
Excellent. And this seems like a fold in the big blind. Yes. We continue on. 16 players remaining. What's everybody guaranteed at this point? Let's take a look at that. $1,750 guaranteed plus bounties. The quicker picker-upper. 8-9 suited, limps in. Goronkor. 6-3 a diamond is going to try to get a little cute here.
Not going to work against the 9-8 of clubs. I should hope not. Not against one of our heroes, Goronkor.
Oh,
Flops
boy.
best.
Both players do catch a significant piece on this type of board, though. Second pair for 776659992. Top pair for Goronkor.
And numbers 77665 electing to go for the sort of fold out equity bet instead of checking back here and betting into a hand like 8-9. So it doesn't work out this time, but turned a little what would appear to be more equity with like a 7, but that actually would give Goronkor the better straight. So would like to see a check here. Oh, and there's the other straight. I'm blind. I didn't see it. I can't see anything. Ah.
It happens.
Yeah. That is a straight. And maybe a spot where Goronkor might throw out a little blocker bet, but probably not. You're a bit scared here. Tell you what, though, it will save Goronkor some money if you just throw out a little 2.5 million instead of facing the bet of probably closer to 5 or 6 from 77665.
Griffin, this might be one of those questions that you can't really answer, but try not to embarrass me.
Okay.
How can you start to identify situations where, like, maybe a block bet is appropriate?
How can you recognize spots where a block bet is important? Well, okay. In a situation like this, I think it's interesting because your opponent, when they do have better than you on the flop, like let's just say 7-7, 6-6-5, isolated here with pocket tens, right? Would still check that back on a lot of the time when the turn is a 4-card straight, right? So what you'd want to do is when you check here, you might even get value bet by an overpair or 2-pair or something like that, where you have to make some big fold. But by block betting, you're setting the price of what you're paying because, you know, 7-7-6 there can't comfortably raise with 2-pair or raise with an overpair, and probably won't even raise with a 3 because you can have the 7. Garancourt did manage to find a fold because I think the bet was a bit too stiff. But that's just sort of the thinking is sometimes your opponent's going to have better, but you don't want them to feel comfortable betting. You would rather take it away from them so you can set the price, the short form.
Thank you for that, Griffin. I'll have more questions, follow-up questions about that later if I can remember them. Goose
Sure.
Mow all in. Might get looked up by ace-9 suited.
Yeah, the bounty is going to be a factor here. It's just 11 big blinds, you know, from the hijack. You're going to be ahead a lot of the time here with ace-9 is suited, so it does go for it. You don't like seeing that, though.
As Patrick would say, decisive. Double up for Goose Mow. Okay, so the flip side of that, Griffin, is do you ever identify what looks like a block bet and then just raise it because?
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of really skilled players will take advantage of that. You know, a lot of players, if they do have the 7 in that situation, the straight, will probably bet much bigger than 2.5 to 11 million. But it's just about recognizing as suck rates, or Socrates, as we've been calling them.
Or suck out? No? Okay, fine.
Or suck out rate, yes. Suck out. Big trouble for numbers.
7-7, yeah. Hammer in this top pair. And is now getting raised by Socrates. Tough spot. Tough spot on a pretty wet board. Lots of draws you could have here. Lots of semi-bluffs.
Yeah, but the problem is, you know, you are in trouble if you're behind because it's, you know, you're drawing dead against a set, which is unlikely to be had, but, you know, 2 pairs straights you're drawing dead against. So really disciplined fold there. Big spot, I think, for Go Crazy and Joachim. I think there's a, you know, yeah, there it is.
And sevens hold. Another double up for a short stack, still at 15 players.
Aces. Ace of diamonds. Ace of clubs.
Pocket AAs for the numbers. Bossa flops a pair of tens.
This is my AASMR.
Ah, okay, all right. Okay. Oh boy, Mombasa not looking good. Needs to catch, does not. Aces hold for once. There goes Mombasa out in 15th place.
I'm getting some rave reviews on the AASMR. I think I'm gonna make that a thing.
AASMR is maybe the first base hit you've had today.
Damn, that's
There's
so harsh.
There's been a few swings and misses. There's been a couple of high fly balls. This is your first frozen rope to left center. And we're flipping again.
Oh.
You hate to see it flipping with King 6.
Can't.
King high counterfeits the pocket fours.
You just
There
got tennis
goes
shoes.
Joaquin Pro.
They kick.
Out in 14th. And we are approaching a pay jump, if not already in one here. 13th. Yeah, we're in a new pay jump, my babies. Everyone just made another $700. Woo! Tandy Spins asks, what is tourney code? That would be the code you need to enter the tournament. Thank you for your question.
Yeah. I can't tell you what the tourney code is because I don't know what it is, but the password is bounty. B-O as in omega, U as in underpants, N as in north, T as in ton, like Stapleton, and I can't think of any words for Y. I was already struggling with T. I was looking at the screen. I'm like, Joe Stapleton.
How about ya band?
And then I just disappear. You just ban me.
Griffin has left the chat.
Yeah.
13 players
Grand
to go.
Corps. I am going to be curious to see how this plays between Grand Corps and Pad Cash. I think both aware that they're pretty competent and active. Pad Cash, Ace-8, facing a cutoff open. Do you have it in you to shove over this open when Grand Corps only has 23 bigs? There's 13 left in the Sunday Million. No, you don't. I probably would fold too, but I was curious. Now Grand Corps with the Ace-10
now. Goodbye, Atlantic. See you next week. Thanks for joining us. Jack 10 suited on the button. Do we have enough chips to call here or no?
Not really, but I like a shove, and it's going to work, I think. It's going to get through against Grand Corps. And that's the benefit of shoving a hand like that sometimes is, yeah, you might get snapped off by Ace-King or Ace-Queen. It's really hard to have those bigger pairs. And you're actually going to fold out Ace-10 a lot of the time in that particular spot, which is kind of nice. Ace-Jack suited, though. Ace-Jack off might still fold. That's the thing.
And for 24 big blinds, it's all going in from Goose Mouth. Going to pick up a pot here from Suck Rates.
$24 big blinds effective can certainly justify just open shoving this Ace-4, but instead it's going to limp, and that actually might cost Goosemouse some chips if Grand Corps decides to just shove. We saw something similar at the beginning of the broadcast, Joe, when we saw the limp fold for about 26 big blinds with Ace-7. They both play it cautiously, and I like it. Both very under-repped, which is kind of a fun thing you can do blind on blind.
Are they under rep? They both seem like they have nothing, and they both have nothing.
Yeah, I know, but they both probably don't think that they have ace high together. But you know what they say, Joe?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
What? Oh, did I tee you up? Oh, you did that to... Oh, come on. I didn't tee you up. Like, no, I was saying, like, you're supposed to say it to me. I don't tee. I don't know how to tee up.
Griffin, this is what you do when you take my lines.
Did I tee you up? No,
if you're gonna take my, what's that? I think you should leave sketch. What about the guy who takes his lines?
Jamie Taco.
Jamie Taco. Two playable hands here, blind on blind.
I was jabroni. That's the line. Yeah. You know, a new series came out that I'm a bit curious about, starring that guy from the Jamie Taco skit, the one that he plays the main character, and he was in like Richard Jewell and you know, Corella. It's like
Yeah, I started watching
a burgeoning young. Oh, you did watch Blackbird? Yeah, how was it?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm watching Blackbird right now, and I'm also watching Under the Banner of Heaven. Both of them sort of true crime fictionalizations. Both of them pretty creepy and cool.
I love both. I mean, I love Andrew Garfield as one of my favorite young actors, so I need to watch that as well. Gosh, the content machine never stops churning, huh?
It does not ever stop. You
How am
gotta
I gonna put Patriot in there? How am I gonna mix in Patriot?
You'll figure out a way.
Oh well.
You need to come visit me, and I'm going to force you to watch 6 episodes in a night. Diamond
Dude,
draw now.
I am so down. I will take that as an official invitation.
Pair of sixes is the best hand. I don't think there's much of a shot that ace-9 with the ace of diamonds can get away. Absolutely not. Ace-high would be good sometimes, but it is not in this case. Check, check. Or can we turn this ace-high into a bluff?
I mean, you got to imagine you're up against a pair here, and you do have that blocker to the nut flush, but doesn't think Socrates is going to fold.
Switching.
Switching.
And 13. Lucky number 13. A baker's dozen remains in this event. Everybody guaranteed just about $2,500 at this point. And if you've got a bounty, you're there. I'm just wondering where on the client it lists how many bounties a person has. It lists the amount. It doesn't list the number. If we're trying to bet on bounties.
Decent flop for Everton here. Big stacks battling out here in the blinds. Very quiet so far, but with this bottom pair and this straight draw, should see a turn card. That feels good. When you got the 69, feels good when you make a straight.
I prefer to think of it as 96, just so nobody gets the wrong idea.
It's fair.
Jack 7 drawing dead, and luckily does not improve on the river.
Yeah, a bit surprised by the check from Everton. Your opponent's going to have an 8 or a 7 or a queen a lot, and you want to get some more value from that. You know, we see, and then again, this massive overbet, I don't think is going to accomplish what you want. You know, I guess you're trying to make it look as bluffy as possible, but you figure your opponent would have probably bet a queen on the turn. Maybe that was the intention, to induce a bet.
Pocket nines for Tide Caller. Very short stack. Seems like a good time to ship it in, especially when the small blinds got 8s, the snowmen's.
Yeah, and $1,000 num 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 num
Num num num num.
$1,000 bounty for 12 big blinds. Maybe Kedge a Rogercell. Catch a Rogercell.
Tide Caller gets it in good. Needs to fade the bad beat. Needs to fade the river. Double up, Tide
chop it up.
Caller. We will not be chopping it up. We will, in fact, be raising the blinds, however. 600,000 small blind, 1.2 million big blind. This little sourdough for Everton. Top pair for Felipe. 1 spade and a gut shot for Everton.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
Everton, nice try. Nice try, Every.
Yeah.
Okay. Everton. Oh, that's right. Sorry, 2 pair. Thanks, everybody. Although 1 pair is accurate. Felipe does have top pair. So all you people saying I was wrong.
I'm right.
If I said that Griffin Benger has 9 fingers, that's not wrong. He does have 9 fingers. He just also has a 10th finger.
Oh, I didn't tell you what happened.
There's the 2 per all in. Everton gonna have to run away, run away. The full pot bet. Yikes. Yikes, Griffin, what do we think of the full pot bet here, buddy?
I think it would have put a lot of pressure on Jack 9 or King 5. But guess what?
So you like it?
Felipe had King Jack. Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, you know, you don't want to give a price to a hand that has a straight draw and a pair there like a Queen Jack. You want to be like full pot, get out of here. If you're going to 2-barrel. It's important, Joe. We can't be results oriented on what the opponent actually had. It's about the range of hands they have calling the flop. I mean, you know, if your opponent has 10-9 there, they're running to the hills.
$561 Chrome says, pop fly there, Joe. You banned there.
Call back.
561 Chrome.
Call back.
Thank you for your comment. The thing is, it's not worth it. It's not worth it to try to burn me, to zing me that good.
You have
Because if it's really, truly good, it'll be the last statement you ever make.
Felipe continuing that momentum. Sizzy, bottom of the calling range that you might consider, lets it go. 9-5. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
I can't wait till Stars sends you a bill for all of these.
If the only way I get to meet Dolly Parton is in court, then so be it.
Worth it.
Bit of a tight fold there from Liberator. But I can empathize with how you feel with those like 17, 18 big blinds, ace 3 on the button situations. You know, it feels like you should maybe shove. It feels like maybe you should raise. So just fold sometimes.
It feels like whatever you do is wrong most of the time.
Yes, exactly. So, you know, you fold and we just chastise you here, you know, to 1,600 people. You know, shove and get called. We say, oh, would you really need to shove that? Either way, you're a fool on national internet television. International internet television. Kaju Roji Sell is buying a call here. Not the flop, though.
Kajiro Giselle? Folds around to Everton with 10-4 suited. I'd probably raise here. No.
With which hand?
I mean, I can see all the hold cards, so.
Yeah.
If I knew I was up against 5-7 and 5-3, I'd definitely raise. What an idiot.
So do you actually feel more comfortable, like when the way it rolls off the tongue, Joe, when you say hold cards, it's actually more comfortable? I just feel like it's so ingrained in the lexicon of the way we say that term. I know you're a big believer in hold cards, but doesn't hold cards sound more natural to you?
No, it's like saying statute of limitations. Like it's, even though it takes a little extra effort to say statute of limitations, that's what's correct. Hold cards is what's correct. So does it take a little extra effort sometimes to say hold cards instead of whole cards? Yes, absolutely. Is it worth it? Also, yes. Both players of the pair
Fair
of
enough.
fives. We could be having a chop here. Don Clemente says it's hole cards. All right, Don, what game are we playing here? Are we playing No Limit Texas Hold'em? Oh, this is not a chop.
Oh, no, it's not. You know what they say. Blanket loves to get rivered.
Three pairs, says AI Collector. Jacks and 5s and 7s.
Someone just wrote bone apple tea.
Yeah. Pretty good.
My favorite kind of tea. Ace 10 suited for Everton, trying to battle back after that 2-barrel gone wrong. But Felipe is all like, I'll be your Huckleberry. He's going to throw in that 1.2 milli. And we're going to see a flop. Or Felipe is going to get weird. Nah.
Not a lot of weird going to happen here. Top pair for Everton. Continuation bet. Real small. Real small. This is one of the few situations like I could actually play in this situation. Small, exactly. Small C-bet is great here. If they had a better ace than you, there's a good chance you would have got re-raised. They're going to have a smaller ace sometimes, and other times you can just convince them to call.
Comfortable with. Yeah.
Yeah. Everton raising again, this time with a slightly worse hand. King 8 suited for Sisto.
Can let that one go on 20 bigs. Blanket. Got the ace jack.
And Labrato's going to have to let this go. Do you think 17.9 is an awkward stack to play, or is that too much of a blanket statement?
I was trying to find the blanket pun, but I couldn't, so I'm really pleased you were able to. 5 very playable hands here, surprised to see, of 6. I mean, look at this. We got just a hodgepodge of Broadway combos here. A suited ace 9, which represents the best hand, but kind of a tough spot facing this min raise off this 17-18 million. Gonna scare off the king jack, which I think, and queen 10, which makes sense. Gonna get the complete from Sizzy in the hizzy.
This is a hold'em board right here. 8 high, nobody connects. Who wants it more? Felipe in position, does have 2 hearts. Oh, thanks for your raid, Connor. That's very nice. And man, you just got to get TF out of here with these 2 other hands. Felipe can pick up a nice pot. No pair and not much of a draw.
Ooh, I want to see a shove from Liberator here and see what Everton does. Tide Caller, though, might go for a raise. Nope. So what are you going to do, Everton? The button just shoved for $1,847, and it's about 14 bigs. It represents more than 30% of your stack. What are you going to do, ugly dog avatar?
There it is, the shove and the call. Ace high out in front for now. Everton going to need to hit a king or a jack, otherwise Liberato is going to double up, and that is indeed what happens.
If anyone's wondering why I called Everton's dog ugly, it's like a running joke. Joe and I had a moment earlier. We called it ugly. We don't think it's ugly. It's kind of cute.
As far as dogs go.
Yeah. I was just being polite. Everton, your dog is heinous.
It's the big ears.
Yeah, ugh. People that think big ears on dogs are cute, ugh. Give
About
me
to
little
see a flip
raviolis, man. Ugh, big ones.
incoming.
Floppy.
Sourdough suited.
Artisanal?
Which is artisanal.
Artisanal's folded.
Blanket.
Blanket gonna spank it. Liberator.
Makes
Here we
the
go.
call. Lankett gonna need to hit.
Ooh.
Does hit a king, but it's a 9 on the
Oh.
flop. Full house on the turn. Somebody get Lankett a blanket because that was cold. Eliminated in 12th place. Nearly $2,500. And we are down to 11. Everton
Wow.
kicking things off with a min raise, and Felipe has had enough, wants to pick up this dead money.
And this does something about the progression to this moment, Joe, feels a bit nonsensy. But
Yeah.
Everton still has to be able to pull the trigger, and Queen Jack is not the hand you want to do it with. You just snap to it and get picked off by Ace Queen. You're thinking, what
I mean, this
do I
could
do here? There's
also,
11
this is-
left.
It's one of those situations where the re-raise was so big that even if they re-raise you kind of light, they might feel like they have to call if you shove for 24 million.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but it's
Like a
it's
king
right on
queen
that
suited
kind
might
of.
call you there.
Well, no, a king queen suited. I think that the aim would be to sort of three bet call or better. I should say more clearly. I think Felipe would have shoved king queen suited. I think it was a very polarized because the big blind, of course, only has about 18 bigs or whatever. So I think it was a very polarizing 3-bet. It was either I'm 3-bet calling because I have a huge hand, or I'm 3-betting with absolutely nothing. I think there was no real in between, and that's why it was something like queen deuce and not queen jack or king 10.
Well, he was blocking
I
queen
think
jack.
those. Yes, he was. Even though it's actually exactly what Everton had. So I think it
Because
was a
blockers
very
are real.
specific. Yeah, blockers are real. Hey, Josefina, we got him, boys.
We're down to the final 11, by the way, my babies. And there's been another pay jump after Lankett got eliminated. Everyone
I think it's an
making
important gear
near
to
enough
have.
$3,500 now. Yes, go on, Griffin. I would like to hear more
So
about
just
that.
at these kind of final table bubbles, Felipe's clearly one of the better players left in the field, and I think it's because of recognizing a spot like that and being able to, that's not something that everyone's kind of capable of doing. 11 people left is just re-raising with queen deuce, but it puts a lot of pressure on better hands because it's so hard to shove at this stage. That might have folded out Everton, might have folded out ace 10 there, ace jack maybe even. It's like there's 11 left here.
Well, Felipe, not in addition to putting on a bit of a show right now, is the biggest bounty, has made nearly $5,000 just in bounty, and is the #1 chip stack by a margin of over 30 million chips. So all signs point to Felipe right now.
Gotta shove it, Sizzy. Sizzy in the hizzy. Sizzy Sizzo.
And standard play here from Sizzo. And blinds are up again. Yeah, starting to get real. 700,000, 1.4 million. Snowmen's for Liberato.
Num num.
Nom 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 nom.
Raise it up, Liberato.
Thundershock says, I miss late 2000s online poker. Thundershock apparently a time traveler from the year 2098. Those late 2000s were a great year. Pair of sixes on the flop for Felipe.
You're so annoying. It's crazy. Oh my god. Imagine growing up with Joe as like a cousin or brother. Ugh.
Kids hate me. 8 stationing. Can they face the heat and get to showdown with these 8s? Ooh, not going to have to face another bet. Oh, my
get
goodness.
Screw off.
Oh,
Get
my
bent.
goodness. This is a travesty.
Get freaking bent, Felipe.
I know what I'm thinking here. And it's going to lose me more chips in the long run. Is that like, oh, the only thing I was beating is a 6, and now I'm losing to it. Fold.
Yeah, well, okay.
But that's very exploitable because I
reason
tell you
why-
this, I will
no.
I will behave that
You're
way
right.
100% of the
Listen.
time.
You are right, and a lot of it actually has to do with blockers. In that Liberato is double blocking one of the main draws that missed here, which would be 7-8,
7-8.
8-9 suited that would call to that small bet on the flop. That's why it makes this a bad call, because then it would have to be Queen Jack or King Jack or King Queen that would be bluffing the river, but probably wouldn't be. So not a good call, and Felipe makes a lot more chips.
Felipe.
But you're on
now
the
with
right
a-
track there.
Felipe now with a nearly 50 million chip lead over Socrates in second place. Ace-5 for Everton. Not a lot of chips.
Don't do it, Everton. You don't have room to open here. Felipe has all the chips. Just let him do all the damage.
Can you just shove? No?
It's a bit too many chips to just shove here. You'd be better suited to actually just raise call the small blind, because it's a bounty and get $1,000 if you win. But you don't really want to just shove 20 big blinds with King 10 over 20 big
This
blinds.
is not
Just
20 big blinds.
It is, yeah, it is. Liberator had 28 million in the big blind.
Oh, you don't want to shove into... I was talking about Everton with the Ace-5. You can't just shove there? With
No,
like
it's a bit too
11
many
big
chips.
blinds?
3 people, but it wasn't 11 big blinds. Everton had 23
What's
million. At
What's 1.4
1.4
million times 11?
Like 1.6 million, 1.5, or 15 million. Sorry, 16 million. Everton has like 16 bigs.
Okay.
Joe, are you okay?
All right.
1.4 million big blind. Everton had 23 million. 28 million would be 20 big blinds, right?
This 1.4 is a weird number.
The human calculator's broken, everyone.
I told
What
you
are
I
we
can't
gonna
do
do?
human calculator and do play-by-play at the same time.
It's true, yes.
Oh, Queen 10 with a somewhat speculative call on the flop. Turns the 10.
Well, you kind of have to continue here with those 2 overs in the gut shot. It's just a very weird bet from Everton. And now you're in real trouble. Hoping for a 7 on the river. Or an ace. But finds another bet? Like, ugh. Come on, Sizzy.
Everton.
Oh,
my
why
goodness.
did you just shove?
This is every person I've ever played against ever. It's bet. They just bet, get there.
Tell me when
Bet,
it's over.
get there. Bet, get there. Everton with just under 10 big blinds left. Checks. Pocket 7s for Sizzo.
Don't we have a berry animation? I think we need the berry, right? People are saying they want berry. Don't you have a board
was that
there?
on the river? Yeah, sure. I always forget Barry.
Yeah.
I've had so much Barry in my life, I tend to forget him. All right, there's the shove from
Oh,
sevens.
speaking of, I just finished Berry Season 3.
Wait, hold on. For 1,600 bounty. Yeah, 10-5 might be a call here. There's a 10 on the flop. No.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Why
Sizzo. Sizzled from the frying pan to the fire. And we are down to 10 players now. Hand for hand will be starting momentarily. Sorry, what's that, Griffin? You finished Barry Season 3. Is that season finale of Barry the most dramatic half hour of TV you've ever seen in your life?
It was really, really dramatic. It's funny you mentioned that, actually, because I was with my girlfriend, and I think she just had like we had an intense morning or something, and like we watched something intense, and we really wanted something kind of just like not too intense. We decided to throw on Barry. I don't know, it has some comedic. We weren't really knowing what to expect, and it was just the most intense. But it was also so good that we weren't like thinking of turning it off or anything. It was just, but it was a lot.
It was
a lot.
back to back. I was like, I don't think I've ever seen a scene that intense in my entire life, and the very next scene equally as intense. I can't even explain it.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see. I love Barry, but I can't wait to see what else Bill Hader does.
Yeah.
There you go, Felipe. Suck on that.
Nice shove. That's a really nice little shove there. Having just enough chips to get away with that, expecting a lot of folds from the massive chip leader. Good on Torandor there.
Food Wars is also like that. The anime show, my girlfriend's sister tried to make me watch that. It's like a guy having an orgasm eating sushi. Switching. King 10 firing on this flop. And Queen 9, not a lot of hope here except for to make a move.
Yeah, and the great thing about doing that is even if your opponent doesn't believe you, which Guzmão does, you can often fold out a hand like King 10, but Guzmão does not believe it and actually gets turned bloody hard here. And now Guzmão is going to, act like they have the jack, because the times that Kage has has Queen 9 here, but could have just had Queen 8. And now does Guzmão pull the trigger? Does Guzmão recognize that Cage probably was check raising with a 5 or has turned a 9 and might fold to a shove? But that's pretty next level kind of poker. You don't want to just get snapped off by a jack here, and that's
oh my goodness. Oh
Yeah.
man, doesn't even go for it at all.
No.
And Cajero now up over 100 million. Finally, someone is knocking on the door of Felipe on the other table. Felipe with 136 million. Hey, Griffin, Kirill wants to know if there's a different kind of strategy when you play 8-handed versus 9-handed.
Yeah, I mean, the strategy is really... I mean, the positions all kind of remain the same. It's just there's one less person. So, under the gun in 8-handed would be like under the gun +1 in 9. And sort of as that goes down the line, as, there's only 7 people on the table, sometimes 6 on the table. You kind of have to adjust and play a few more hands. A good example would be something like Ace-10 off would be a fold under the gun 9-handed a lot of the time, but 8-handed you might want to consider opening it. Under the gun +1 or 2, maybe King-Jack off would be a fold, but you might want to consider opening it in 8-handed. So it just changes the ranges by like 1 or 2 degrees, which actually more significantly allows you to play quite a few more hands if you consider all the combinations that entails.
I was going to say not that different, but Griffin's answer is probably better. Queen 8 shoving into tied color is going to have to let the 7-4 suited go. Switching. Ace Queen suited for Cajero. Oh no. Go crazy.
Yeah.
So short. Had to try to get it in against a big stack raising from under the gun.
Wow.
Hits a 7 though. Go crazy hits a third 7. It is always coming 7.
It is always coming 7.
That is the 8th time that Go Crazy has been all in for their tournament life, and the 8th time they have survived.
And some pause here
7th
from
time would have been
Kage
better,
with that
it was
bounty on the line. We're only talking about 7.5 blinds. 7-5 suited can mess some
Oh
things
yeah,
up.
this feels like good for bounty hunting. Not a huge
Yeah,
bounty,
let's
but yes,
go.
5-7 makes the call. Needs to hit a 5
Oh,
or a 7 or a
6.
6. Double up for 7-7, 6-6, 9-9-9, 2.
Oh!
Whoops, I missed the 5 in there. Oh boy.
Very important that Kage just calls here. We are
casserole.
talking about the 40 big blind range. This is probably 2 and maybe 4 fourth and chips. Don't want to find yourself getting cooler here. Nice discipline, just flatting.
Top set, including also a full house. The pocket jacks.
You're going to want to just call here and really be prepared to fold on a good amount of turns and just let yourself get bluffed. That turn card is just great for Kajaraj, allowing to just get away here facing this bet. Yeah, so that's why you lose the minimum. Good job. Final hand over here, Rivered Ape and Felipe. Certainly going to just let that go.
And we are headed to a break. Can't believe we didn't get down to the final table. Still going to be H for H, 2 tables when we get back. I like to have a good 3-to-1 or better, 3-to-1-ish commentator ratio. So let's bring Hardigan back in here, at least for a couple of minutes.
You had one job, Joe, and that was to get to the final table. You have failed me for the last time.
The last time.
Yeah.
Is this it for me? Am I done?
Look, we're one away from being down to the final 9. And of course, the real big narrative of that session was the chip lead that Felipe has now built up. 128 million going into the break, and a couple of short stacks both go crazy, despite that 8th miracle double up, and Tide Call 8 are on the short side. Action resuming inside of 5 minutes. Joe, I realise we haven't asked you about your travels over the last 7 days. Obviously, we did the live stream last Monday. Even though we released a new episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast last week, that was recorded some time ago. It was one of our summer specials. We did our deep dive into the poker-themed movie, The Man with the Golden Arm, so check that out if you hadn't had the chance yet. But you've basically been off duty since last Monday, and I know you've been all over the United States of America.
Yeah, I've been using my time off to work my second job, which is stand-up comedian. I did that week in Vegas, then we had a Sunday Million, and then the very next day, I took off on a little mini Midwest tour. And when I was in Vegas working, the headliner is this guy named Greg Warren out of St. Louis, and he said, hey, if you're coming to the Midwest to do some gigs, I like your chops. I'll get you a spot at my home club. And so I did a couple of nights at the Funny Bone, in St. Louis. And good news there is he said that he thought the management liked me and I could probably get booked there for some actual paid work coming up when I have some more time off. And we went from St. Louis to Green Bay, where we had a really great show. Me and my friend Sam Rhodes, traveling comedian from the UK, was in town shooting a special in Illinois. And so he said, hey, why don't you come? I got a bunch of gigs set up. They'll put you on as my feature act. I'm going to headline. So I did St. Louis, drove 8 hours to Green Bay. Then because of some dumb scheduling by the person that doesn't live in America doing it, we had to drive back to St. Louis the very next day, 8 hours back to St. Louis to do another gig in St. Louis. Then on Saturday, we drove to Illinois for the taping of his special. And then on Sunday, he had to drive me back to the airport in St. Louis. So last week, I'd been to St. Louis 0 times in my life, and now I've been there 5 times.
Wow.
Wow. That is an extraordinary number of times to be in St. Louis in the space of a few days. I mean, I don't know how that scheduling error occurred, but it's amusing nonetheless. But the gigs have been going well, right?
Mostly going well. There was one spot in Missouri where I didn't go over that great. I shouldn't have started off by making fun of their local pizza. I think it was probably a mistake. And also, I'll share the opening joke with you guys some other time. I'll send you the video. It's probably, it's a little too political for this broadcast and was probably a little too political for a place called Festus, Missouri. But even the owners of that restaurant came up to me afterward and said, hey, you were great. Come back anytime. We'll hire you. You can headline here. So I guess it didn't go as bad as I thought. But all the rest of the places, we had some modest crowds, I would say. But the people who were there all had a really, really good time. You can always tell if people had a good time or not because they'll stay and drink with you. And if they didn't, they'll go, good job, and then they just walk away. So we had people stay to hang out after every show. So
I love
it
that.
worked out well.
You've cracked the code after all this time now. If they leave quickly, you know it's gone badly. So is that it for your kind of mini US tour? Is Europe the next stop, or have you got more dates coming up in?
Nope, I'm going to Denver tomorrow.
Wow.
And then I'm doing another secret spot in Colorado the day after that I'm not allowed to talk about yet. It's already sold out, so I don't have to show for it at all. But, yeah, 2 spots in Colorado tomorrow and the next day. Then I'm going to go to New Jersey. I'm not sure if I'll do any comedy there or not. But and then from there, it's Nottingham. And after that, it's Edinburgh.
Fantastic. Griffin, you have earned yourself a 1-hour break. We'll see you at the next tournament break. For Joe and I, it is the continuation of hand-for-hand action. 2 tables remaining in this week's Sunday Million. As the players return, and a reminder that 2 tables of 5 and play has to conclude at 1 table, both tables rather, before the next hand is dealt. And if Felipe keeps getting dealt cards like this, he's going to have a very good night.
He's already having a pretty good night.
And is the single biggest bounty up for grabs right now. $3,259.92, but of course that bounty not in play because Felipe has everyone else covered.
Hey, producer Chris, is Griffin's cans off? Is he gone? Is he gone? Can you hear me right now? No, but is he gone? Like, is he listening? Okay, great. James, it's so nice to have you back. Griffin's, he's doing play-by-play, he's doing analysis, he's doing bits, he's reading Twitch comments. He's all over the shop. I like it. You drive, I throw snowballs out the window. You know what I mean? Like, we got it figured out.
We've come to this table just in time to see Barry Greenstein and in time to see 2 pair for 7766599992, the Ninja.
Goose Mouth's like, got him.
And up to 25 million. Still one of the shorter stacks remaining. The shortest stack is Tide Caller 8 from Greece, who's playing 15.7 million right now. Blinds are currently 700k, 1.4 million. How is that a thing? They will go to 800k, 1.6 million in 1 minute's time. Goronkor all in with King 9. It is a domination situation.
You can't fold this. You can't fold this small to big.
I mean, you can. And that's exactly what's just happened.
Is that me just being able to see the hold cards, or is it you supposed to call with ace-9 there? Now I miss Griffin.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I can't bring that level of poker expertise, but I guess I can do, Joe, is look at it from the perspective of a recreational player on the bubble of the final table of the Sunday Million. And if I look at Tide Caller's stack at the other table, I'm thinking I can make it to 9th place at least.
All right.
I'm not.
I will admit,
10th
as
in
a guy
chips,
who
I'm
is
8th in chips, and I want a ladder. Every elimination now, every elimination comes with it a jump in the prize money. So ICM is real.
Yeah, I have many weak spots in my game. I don't even know if I could say a weak spot because I don't have any strong spots. But another one is one of the many is the fact that I play to win way too often, and I end up going broke 3 before the money, 5 before the money, not laddering up.
Yeah, that's a terrible strategy. And I think at this stage, most players, regardless of their experience and proficiency, will have both tables open. We're down to the final two tables. You've got to keep an eye on one other table to the one you're playing, and we'll be observing what's happening there and who the short stack is and whether they are likely to just squeak into the FT, squeak into 9th place at least.
Smart. Smart.
So Socrates with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit, opens to 3.2. We are now at the 800,000, 1.6 million blind level. So tied caller with a sub-10 big blind stack, folded ace-5 on the button there.
Felipe has been very impressive. Not just with the amount of pots won, but the manner in which they have been won.
I mean, I think it's interesting that we started this evening, you know, we came to our first feature table, we picked up the action on the turn. Felipe won the first hand of the night, bit of a cooler, and was immediately balanced off that table. But every time we've seen Felipe, as the evening's gone on, their stack has got bigger and bigger, and now they are in the #1 spot. They are chip leader with 10 players remaining on the final table bubble.
You know, as we know, this is a very crucial time for the chip leader, right? The more you can pick up chips during the bubble, the more you can just bust people's souls.
Of course.
Once the final table populates.
Yeah. And again, Joe, just going back to the ace-9 fold, you've got a player at your own table. Go crazy who's on the short side. Oh, we got quads here. By the way, I always love it when I see first-time chat from viewer. One Casper83 writes, nice. 9-5 versus 10-7, and Guzmao in funky stackland does not really want to get too committed, but does have second pair here and will bet 1.6, gets a fold. Oh, we've got another first-time viewer. Kiko Vision says, hey, it's Joe. Didn't know he had a stream.
What's with... You're adding a lot more stretching of the words that other than the hey.
I feel there's one way to do it, which is just to read viewers' comments in a generic tone of voice. And the other way is to project my own vision of their personality onto their names.
Evan Carmona asks, what's both of your guys' best cash? Mine was a first place. James, what was yours?
I have not had a first place finish in a poker tournament.
You've never?
I've had many,
really?
many chops. I mean, I've sure small tournaments, but nothing that the Hendon mob would record.
Yeah, of course. No, but my best cash was a first place. James's was too. Thank you for your question.
Ace-Jack still ahead. I could have just looked at the percentages rather than trying to work out if anyone had connected with the board.
I do both just to be safe a lot of the time.
Yeah. Kokon Leikaya, hello from Finland. I'm enjoying the content and inhaling my farts. I didn't really need to know that last part, but thank you.
Asifo asking if I'm playing the UK IPT. I'm going to be in Nottingham during the Nottingham during the UK IPT. Not sure I'm playing anything. If anything, it'll be a side event. Shove here from Liberato. That's gonna probably pick up this pot.
Yeah. Switching. And ace 9 all in, and 7766599992. The Ninja has Kojak and folds.
Huh. Was that a fold small to big? You're right. They're a ladder. They're a ladder ninja.
Well, the ladders are real. What are we looking at? 10th place cash, 3.5 grand, just shy of that, 3,444. Nearly 5,000 if you can make it to 9th, if you can make it to the final table, and then, well, the payouts are on your screen. The jump from 9th to 8th is 2K. I mean, these are huge sums of money for a 109 buy-in. They're huge sums of money regardless.
Yeah, this is great.
But with this slow play on the bubble and the blinds going up every 15 minutes, it is going to limit the amount of play when we get to the final table. Things will inevitably have to speed up because the stacks are just going to get really, really shallow.
Uh-oh.
Always an ace on the desk when you have kings, but Socrates does not have an ace. Does have a 10, though. Ooh, hello, heart draw. And gets there on
runner,
the river.
runner.
Wow.
I mean, now you're not so mad about the ace of hearts.
Yes.
And this is not one you'd really want to turn the king of hearts into a bluff. Jack high flush. Probably a little too high in the range to fold. We'll see, though. Felipe, we know, is quite capable.
Felipe with the heart blocker makes the call. Down to 110 million, but still has the chip lead. Only player to have more than 100 million right now. Antonio Rosselli gets in touch. Say, this is my first chat, I think. And you didn't use it to say anything substantial. I'm going to say, Antonio, that it was not your first chat, and your first chat was actually something really deep. Something that had us pondering reality for many hours.
It's nice to give someone the benefit of the doubt. Aces for the shortest stag. Everybody dying for this player to go broke. Felipe is going to have to call with 8 pre-suited. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, no. Don't do it.
No.
Okay.
Tide caller doubles up to 17 million. Couple of first-time chats. Let's project a personality onto these viewers. We've got Leap and Weasel. My first chat is substantial. And then we've got Owen Waffles. Ha ha! Love the commentary. Queens and jacks for Everton. Club draw. Oh, swallowed as I spoke. Club draw.
Oh, this could get real fun. Or terrible, depending on who you are. You know, with the perfect comment that I'm not sure if I should give you credit, ban you, read it. I don't know. Good comment, though.
Queens and tens for the Garancore. And sixes does not improve. So Go Crazy, I think, is the shortest stack right now. Yep, Go Crazy with 10.9 million. Go Crazy playing from Bulgaria.
Yeah, that turn back getting called, that's not a good river card no matter what. You're probably in bad shape. Straights came in, flushes came in. You're probably already behind, and just half your stack if you want to pay to see the best hand. GD says, I'm just here to watch them play heads up for $8.76.
Well, that joke
sorely
never gets
disappointed.
new.
And Bin the Bob says, love your guys' comments. Thank you. I do love your comment. Thank you for it, Bin the Bob.
Still hand for hand on the final table bubble. 10 players remaining. 9 of them will make the final table. We've got jacks and 8s versus a pair of aces. Everton playing from Brazil. By the way, there are 4 Brazilians remaining. 40% of the field still.
Wow.
Ooh. Oh, hello, Barry.
There he is. I mean, the good thing about this sort of counterfeiting is that you can see it. You know you've been counterfeited.
Beachside breaks. Sitting in Florida wishing we could play this.
Jakob asks, what amount of money did you start poker with? Thanks. I think when I started, I was getting about $75 a day. My card player internship. They tried to call it $100 a day, but we worked like 6 or 7 days a week, so it's probably more like $75 a day.
Never ever break it down. Never try and work out what your hourly is. It'll just be
No, not in the poker business.
Kajiro still with the best hand and near enough a 4-1 advantage here with 1 card to come. Proves to a full house on the river. Garankor left with ace high. Wow, go crazy. Has dropped below the 5 big blind mark now, Joe.
It doesn't matter. Go crazy, can't go broke.
Why do I feel that go crazy just got boxed? That was a very Stapleton-esque remark. Oh, fair point. Ace-king. Solid hand, all in, and Kajiro's going to be priced in, and this is a great spot for go crazy. A domination situation. But a 6 on the flop, the rotation. And Barry Greenstein is there, though, to save Go Crazy. And yes, that is double up number 9 for Go Crazy 7.
Oh, boy. Go Crazy is gonna be all in for number 10 right here.
Well, this is the sickest and classicest of all races. And queens are holding. Ace on the turn, though. King on the river. Go Crazy cannot make it 10. Go Crazy is eliminated in 10th place. And there's still a hand in progress on the other table. Everton all in with ace queen. Decision on Socrates with king jack, but they have reached the final table. If Socrates folds here, we'll have the new FT of 9.
We should be seeing a fold here. Yeah.
We do see the fold. Final table time in the Sunday Million. Congratulations to those 9 players, and it is Felipe from Brazil coming in with the chip lead, 105 million. Garankor second on the leaderboard. The Canadians got 90 million. Quick tour of the table. I mentioned we've got 4 Brazilians. We've got Felipe, we've got Guzmão, Everton, and Liberato. I mentioned that Garankor is from Canada. Socrates is playing from Hungary. Kajiro is Argentinian. Tidecaller 8 is from Greece. And then we've got 7766, 59912, the Ninja, who's from the Czech Republic.
Nice lineup. Really, really fun, cool lineup here. Even with 4 Brazilians, we still got a good mix of everybody else.
Yeah. Right, guys, 4 seats at the final table are reserved for players from Brazil. The rest of you can fight it out for the remaining.
That's right.
So everyone is now locked up, $4,937, plus whatever bounties they've won. And, of course, more bounties to be claimed at this FT. Big bounties, but maybe not as significant as they once were when you consider the prize money being awarded now. Oh, and Montail, I love it. Why are these seats reserved? Oh, it's a joke.
Look at this. Felipe gets to put the pressure on. You really don't want to be playing. You don't want to be calling off a quarter of your stack here with 2 7s against the chip leader. Yes, this is going to... It's always fun when we have a player with it comes to the final table with a big stack like this and knows how to wield it. I think we're in, as long as Felipe doesn't get super cooler to something, I think we're in for a pretty fun show here. And
I think it's in Felipe's interest to keep in the 2 players who have 10 million and 9.5 million respectively, because they are the players in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And they are restricting the rest of the table from playing pots. Garankor opening under the gun here with ace-king. Blinds are 1 million, 2 million. Job says this isn't on a delay. I hope it is. It is on a delay. Why would you make a definitive statement and then hope that there's a delay, only for me to tell you that your definitive statement is incorrect and that your hope is correctly placed? Ace-king for Everton. And not much for the blinds. And let's raise and take it. Average stack is 52.6 million. So what's that, a 26 big blind average? Pretty shallow right now. Might not be long before we see the first few eliminations. And here we go. Everton opens. The shove from King-Queen suited. And we could have a domination situation. And King-Queen is at risk and behind. Does not hit on the flop or turn or on the river, and we say goodbye to 7766599992, the Ninja, 9th place finisher, cashing out for $4,937 plus $1,800 in bounties.
First one, down.
And now Felipe with kings, Everton with ace-jack.
James, how is it going over there? Are you dying?
No, I mean, I've actually got a portable air conditioning unit, which I've somehow managed to kind of get working in this very small room with blacked out windows. I've managed to find a corner of the window to get the pipe out, and actually it's done a pretty good job. The problem with these things is they're really, really noisy. And heaven knows what they're doing to my electricity bills.
Yeah, when we first started the broadcasting from home thing, it was a big wake-up call. When I was getting $1,800 electric bills for 2 months of service.
I think tomorrow is actually meant to be the slightly hotter day. So today was pretty brutal mid-afternoon. Tomorrow it should be close to 40 degrees. That's 40 Celsius for any Americans watching.
Felipe maybe going to give up at this point. That turn card is pretty definitive. Librato. All right, I kind of like it. Knows that they're not likely to get another bet. Tries to go small.
Mort's 730 says that's unheard of for the UK. Correct, Mort's, and it will be a new record, but not the kind of record you really want to be setting. But spoiler alert, the climate's kind of screwed. Sevens for Garankor.
Garankor sounds like a Hearthstone card. Oh, this guy, how's he draws Garankor every time? Every time. Got the Garankor right when he needs it. And you banned. Thank you for your comment.
Do you want some first-time chat, Joe?
Yeah, I love a good first-time chat. Lay it on me.
The one true Willie. How many times does Joe hear he's a staple in the poker scene?
Okay. Honestly, not that much, but I think it's because I'm really pretty replaceable. So even the pun's not worth it. It's almost a compliment, so people just skip over it usually. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Tide Caller, you've got your work cut out for you.
And called in 2 spots.
Yeah, wants the bounty.
So action on the side potentially between Guzmao and Socrates. Tide Caller with a bit of hope, hitting a queen on the flop. And Socrates folds queen on the turn, and that will see Tide Caller 8 double up. Inconsequential Barry, but let him flame. So that's a triple up for Tide Caller 8, right?
Yeah, it is, because all the money went in pre-flop and there were 2 callers, so that is a triple up.
Nice. Jake Stefan, these dorks constantly preach about climate change. No, I've mentioned it once this evening. Jake, not really oh god, we've got climate change tonight. Can you get rid of him?
He's gone. He was gone before you finished reading it. Thank you for your comment, Jake.
Perfect.
There's a guy named Leprechaun who doesn't believe in climate change. Yeah, if you're not going to believe in me, I'm not going to believe in the world. Thank you very much. I'll see you, banned. Head on back to the rainbow. There are no differing opinions on facts, KCP. Thank you for your comment. You, too, are banned.
Goslow, take it to your congressman.
Are you telling Goslow to shoot the sun with ace king to defeat climate change?
I think no. I think that's an AK as an AK-47, not ace king.
Oh, and a king. My fault. My fault. James, I know you don't follow me on Instagram, but or maybe you do, but you're not on there that much. I can't remember what your deal is with Instagram, but so I stopped on my road trip in this town that is famous for it being the hometown of the guy that created Popeye. So there's like Popeye statues all over town and Popeye murals all over town, and me and my buddy were like, we're slightly ahead of schedule. Let's just stop and check out the Popeye town for a little bit. And we went into the Popeye Museum, where this lady told me that she and her husband had been collecting Popeye memorabilia for like 50 years, and then they just decided that this would be like a nice place for them to retire and open up a Popeye museum. And then as she's like talking, she's very sweet, and behind her desk, she's got the WW1WG, the QAnon slogan, like taped up behind her monitor. And I just looked at my buddy and I was like, hey man, we don't need to make a lot of small talk here. We can just you know, let's just, I'll tell you why later, but like, let's not chat this lady up too much.
Shocking that it would be at a Popeye museum.
Yeah, a bit of a story checks out type of situation.
Always found that cartoon incredibly creepy. And do you remember the god-awful movie with Robin Williams and Shelley Duvall?
I think that movie's underrated. I think that movie is a fever dream. Top pair versus second pair versus flush draw. What happened?
Yeah. And we've got nearly 25 million in the middle, and Kajiro is still ahead with top. And it holds. So Felipe left with just second pair.
Who would have thought
And
talking about the weather would have get so many people banned? It's literally the most common conversation possible.
I'm just going to say one last thing on it after this hand, because I'm interested to see whether Felipe calls here with the 9, which will change the dynamic of this final table. I mean, it's already changed, I guess, because Felipe's dropped below 100 million and is pretty even with Socrates and Garancourt. I don't think that this stream is the right place to debate the causes or consequences of climate change. I think it is an absolute fact to say that the climate is changing, and that's all that we've done. I'm not going to criticize or punish anyone who is going to say, well, we don't know what's causing it. Personally, I think the evidence is very, very clear that human behavior is contributing towards it, but I think it's a valid argument to say that the balance between what's evolution and what's natural and what's man influenced by man can be debated. But as I said, it's not a debate I'm willing to have. But if you say climate change doesn't exist, that's just ludicrous. And now we're going to move on because I'm bored of it.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with that too. Oh no. Nightbot actually removed something on YouTube that needed to be removed. Well done. All right, 3 ways to this flop. We got some real poker happening here. 41 million in the middle.
What about
King
Tide
Jack,
Caller?
King Jack. Tide Caller needs a club, needs a 10. Oh!
You'll find me in the club. Oh, it's not a club, it's a diamond. But anyway, it's good enough, and Tide Caller gets another triple up.
Card Caller calls for the 10 and gets there. To the person on YouTube who keeps asking how many chips, Adam, 50,000. 50,000 chips the players start with in the Sunday Million.
Just out of interest, why is the starting stack so important at this stage?
Well, maybe it's someone that wants to play in the future.
Okay, it's honestly not in any way meant to be a criticism or in any way a trolly question. It's a common thing that comes up at the final table. I'm just interested why people want to know, because I'm not sure of the relevance at this stage. Dana raised a good point. Add up all the chips to the final table and divide by 9,469. That's a much more fun thing to do. Yeah, that's a good point. Interesting to know how many starting stacks are in one big blind. Yep. I guess people are curious if everyone at the final table has more chips than the starting stack.
This is nice from Adam. He says, I just like to see how far the players have come. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Nice try.
Not very far. They probably started playing on their sofa and they're still on their sofa.
Ultimate Team says, guys, James Hardigan's voice is so amazing for this gamble sport. Yes, and I've been meaning to bring this up. Oh, my goodness, another river suck out.
Yeah.
Every time I want to talk about how great James is at his job, I get distracted. And this has happened in life. It's happened in streams.
More important than
start
that,
this
Joe,
now.
is the best ever description I've seen of poker. Gamble sport.
Gamble sport. Not bad. I will take that. We're starting this year, everybody, starting right now, that James Hardigan is going to win the Global Poker Award for whatever his category is this year. The fact that you were not nominated last year is a crime, and I do take some of the blame because I sit there and I don't actually actively talk about it, and I'm doing it this year or next year or whatever it is, and I'm reminding myself now, I'm reminding everyone out there that this is something that we have to make happen because it is an absolute shame that it hasn't happened yet.
Bless you, Joe. I will say two things. Number one, I'm pretty sure your energies can be spent doing something much more productive and important than campaigning for me in the Global Poker Awards. And secondly, it's awesome that you're preaching to the audience who will have, unfortunately, no control over the outcome of said Poker Awards.
Hearts and minds.
But I appreciate it. I do genuinely appreciate it.
I was thinking about that just a couple days ago. Like, God damn it, Staves, this year we actually have to make sure the person who deserves the award gets it.
Well, I'm going to answer Keegan's question. What does the delay time at 30 minutes mean? Keegan, it means there is a 30-minute delay on the action you're watching. Obviously, and I know that we joke about this and we sometimes troll you a little bit, obviously you can't display the whole cards of all the players in real time. In fact, it can't be done in the PokerStars software. This is basically a replayer. It's a reconstruction of hands that were played half an hour ago. They are held server-side for that 30 minutes. Once that duration expires, the hand report is exported and the hand is reconstructed. Looks like it's being played on PokerStars. Looks like it's happening in the client itself, but it's not. It's the magic of television.
Tide Caller. Under the gun. Awkward stack. Probably a little too strong to fold under the gun. James and Joe are the Penn and Teller of PokerStars. I think that that's pretty great. Thank you.
Doesn't one of them not speak?
Yes.
Ah. Give the man a hand. Finton is giving us a nice 588 strong viewer dump. Thank you very much, Finton. The Godfather is a great movie. Thanks for the nudge, James. I brought it up last Thursday. Finton said, I enjoyed Casablanca. Give me another movie recommendation. I said, if I had one other movie to recommend, it's The Godfather. Your next challenge, Finton, The Godfather Part 2, which I think you will enjoy just as much, if not more, than the first one.
We've done well with Finton as long as we've recommended real movies.
That's true.
I was just talking about Casablanca the other day about how sometimes you watch an older movie and you kind of have to get in the mindset of that and be like, oh, it's a movie of its time, and you kind of have to, like, grant it some dispensation. Maybe it's a little lower quality than what you're used to. Not Casablanca. Not that movie is timeless. That movie is it just works.
I agree. It might be, it's one of, and it might be the single best screenplay ever written.
You know, even The Godfather, in a certain way, you kind of have to, like, sort of unlearn the things you've seen about gangster movies and stuff, because a lot of this stuff has been stolen over the years and sort of is kind of hacked now. But Casablanca just works.
You say that, but I actually think that The Godfather is very different. So I guess maybe more contemporary gangster movies, you're right. But at the time, the fact that it was much more focused on the family dynamic was much more about that than it was a gangster film, which up until that point had been had very key tenets to the genre. Oh, here we go. Jack's all in against Ace Queen. And this looks like the undoing of Felipe, Joe. You talked about whether Felipe could hold on to that chip lead and put this thing to bed. Felipe now down to 43 million, and that 3K bounties in play.
I said as long as he didn't get super coolered, it was going to be a show from Felipe. I don't know if Liberato has got it in them to control the final table the way Felipe did.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks, Finton. I see you in chat, buddy. Thanks for the raid, buddy.
Liberty Fire says, am I an outlier thinking The Godfather is better than Part 2? No, I don't think you are. And also, it's very hard to say that 2 is better than 1 because you can't have 2 without 1. And that's why I always cheat. And I always talk about them together as one single movie. And you might remember that they were actually cut together chronologically as an extended movie, initially for TV and then for video in the 1990s. And even though I don't like messing with the chronology of 2, watching the extended version with all the deleted scenes, which I wish were put back into the Blu-ray versions, is an amazing experience. I think Empire Magazine once described it as the best 7.5 hours you can have with all your clothes on.
I feel the same way about the first 3 Tremors movies. I consider them all to be one long epic that need to be consumed together, really, to get the full feel of it.
Yeah.
The second 3, not as much, but the first 3.
The Spraggy's all in.
I mean, come on, Liberato, what are you going to do? There you go.
Calls it. And that king on the river means that this is a chop pot. And Joe, you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Might have been the worst tonight, I've just been told. That's not a good review. No, there was one worse than that. There was the one when Griffin teed up Joe, Joe sang, and Griffin just sat there looking like a gimp. That was worse. Yeah, I kind of want my cake and eat it. I want to have my cake and to eat. Why would you want a piece of cake that you're not eating? That expression makes no sense whatsoever. Crucially, I want to have the original versions So the theatrical, like the Godfather and the Godfather Part 2. So don't mess with the kind of flashback sequences. Just have them as the movies. But I want to have all the extra scenes cut back in. I want to have the extended versions of both movies. And at the moment, you can't get that. Because I actually will gladly take every single scrap of footage of those films. And the longer, the better for me. Because it's just, the characterization is so... This appearance by Barry Greenstein is relevant, giving Socrates a pair and potentially getting Liberato paid off. Jess Alice says, I want to eat my cake, then eat another cake, possibly your cake. I don't care, you can't stop me. Here's the thing, if you say, I want to have cake and eat it, but if I eat it, I no longer have the cake. But if you hold on to the cake, it's going to get stale. So just eat it. It's not really a decision.
Oh, look at this big, long, highlighted message for you, pal.
Ah, Woody at EXE. Hi, James. Had such a fun Thursday. Was delighted to have you. You might remember the bloke in a suit whose friend was coming new to poker. I remember you very well, and I remember your friend. She made her first deposit over the weekend, followed your advice, and owned her first sit and go. Loving the stream. Fantastic to hear. I introduced someone to poker, Joe, or rather, I forced them to play.
James Hardigan, Global Poker Award for your consideration, 2023. Converting customers one at a time, sit and go specialist.
Costa says, can we stop talking about cake? I'm starving and I could kill for some cake right now. What type of cake would you prefer? If you could have any cake, which genre of cake would you take?
I'm an ice cream cake guy.
Ice cream cake, triple chocolate cake, cheesecake, carrot or cheese, vegan cake. It's all about the red velvet. What about a nice sacca torta with whipped cream? Big one with strippers inside. Oh, you cheeky boy. Cake from Brass Eye. Shocked Frog, remember, cake is a made-up drug.
This might be the most anyone's ever gotten on board with a topic in chat. It is not divisive, turns out. I'm a big fan also. Do you guys have this of like a box, like you just buy a box of cake mix? It's like 99 cents and you make a cake at home. It just like takes 2 eggs and a cup of oil.
I'm aware of the concept, yes.
It's so good. I love it. I'll make a funfetti every once in a while, or a yellow cake with chocolate frosting just because. Uh-oh. Socrates with a pretty, I guess, bigger than the big blind show, but
Hold
where
on,
are we
hold
at
on.
right
We're
now?
coming to the end
3
of this
million?
session, right?
All right, that's 15 bigs.
Joe, I just, the cake has provided a wonderful distraction. I'm glad everyone's on board with shouting out their favourite cakes. but we are 5 minutes away from the next break, and we are still 8-handed. We've only lost one player from this final table since getting down to the last 9. What is happening? What's going on?
I think that, look, our sample size of the new Sunday Million is starting to get bigger and bigger, right? And I think that what we're finding here is that much as you would suspect based on the buy-in and the size of the field, I think these players are oftentimes just in the biggest spots of their lives and somewhat wisely reluctant to play super hard. Now, I will say that the card distribution, we haven't seen a ton of like big matchups or whatever, but the stack size is such that there's not a lot of post-flop play. And, well, there we go. we got it all in here. I'm going to shut up now.
We got one. We got one. And Everton, the Brazilian fan of the Liverpool Evertons possibly, goes out in 8th place, cashing for $6,936 and taking $3K in head prizes. So yes, we do get our second elimination, and that will take us down to 7 players. Even so, average stack, around 20 big blinds right now. Liberato, by the way, has moved over 200 million. 200 million chips.
We haven't seen the average stack this short, I don't think, with this many players left either.
Yeah. Yeah. Felipe with the snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Interesting raise here on a 15 big blind stack. It does make you sort of suspicious with 8s here, right? Like, most hands are going to be a shove. 8s doesn't care. Comes to the conclusion that Socrates is not going to be trapping that often here with a min raise.
Oh, Jake's just come back from a break. Says went for a walk with the wife, and Felipe's down to 32 million. It's no limit hold'em. Things change quickly. And with the stacks this shallow, we are going to see a lot of swings right now.
Harris asked, what happened to Felipe making this a fun table? Remember I said if there wasn't a huge cooler? And that's what happened. Ace Queen versus Jacks.
And 10's all in against the Spraggy. 10's holding on the flop and the turn and the river. Guzmao gets a double up. Carl Gordon Stanley, key lime pie, if anyone's curious. Is key lime pie a cake?
No.
No, it's a pie.
I mean, I guess, don't you refer to cakes as desserts of any sort, though?
No. Cake is cake. Dessert is dessert. Okay. So key lime pie definitely falls under the umbrella of desserts. It does not fit into the cake genre. And I like key lime pie. I'm not disputing that key lime pie is not tasty, just not a cake. Pizza is considered a pie too, though. Maybe in your part of the world, but in Italy they do not consider it to be pie.
Look, we've already established that America gets, 1 or 2 things wrong.
I thought you were going to say 1 or 2 things right, but... Trifle. Great dessert, not a cake.
What is tiramisu? Is that a cake?
It's a sponge-based
I would say yes.
dessert.
I would say tiramisu is a cake. Then again, I don't like tiramisu, so I'm not an
Why do
expert.
you not like tiramisu? You're so weird.
It's wet. It's wet cake.
Tiramisu
Any other
is
cake?
wet cake. You are dismissing the greatest dessert on the planet as wet cake.
I don't like any of the wet cakes. I don't like strawberry shortcake. I don't like pineapple upside down cake. I like Alex Hockey just chimed in first chat ever. Tiramisu is cake to me.
As long as we can agree that tiramisu is awesome, you can call it a cake or you can not call it a cake. I just not on board with tiramisu being dismissed as I don't like it. And looks like we have reached the break. That means it's time for the Revenger of the Rebenga as we are down to 7 in this week's Sunday Million. 2 eliminations from the final table, and Liberato from Brazil goes into this break as the chip leader. 215 million chips, tied caller 8, the short stack with 23 million. We will keep playing tonight until we are down to a winner. Action resuming inside of 5 minutes. And let's continue the great cake debate of 2022. Griffin Benger. First of all, Griffin, do you like tiramisu?
No, I don't. I don't like tiramisu. I've never really liked
Get rid of
it.
Again. Get rid of him. I went back.
I don't know what to tell you, man. It's just not my favorite.
Okay. What cakes do you like?
I like lava cake, chocolate lava cake. I like
that's a good one.
carrot cake.
That's a good cake.
I like cheesecake sometimes, but it's not my first choice. But sometimes I'll have a cheesecake. I'll be like, oh yeah. And the cake families, I guess. Yeah, really good chocolate cake doesn't have to be, exploding like a volcano.
Now,
I actually was just at the store before you asked me. I was just at the store and I found a maple lava cake, which I'm excited to try at some point.
Oh.
So it's store bought, but I'm a big lava. I like maple too.
I hope you enjoy it. Now, interestingly, you did bring up cheesecake. Now, we did just have the debate about key lime pie being a pie and not a cake. Cheesecake. This is a controversial one. Is cheesecake, despite the fact it has cake in the name, actually a cake? And if you think about it, it's biscuit-based, right?
It's more of a pie, but it's
It
it's
is,
a
isn't
slave
it?
to the name, I think. So it's in the family because of the name. But why you disagree, Joe? You think it's a cake?
No, I'm enraged by this comment from Phil Collins. It says lava cake equals undercooked wet cake. Have you ever ordered lava cake in a restaurant? It takes like an hour. It's not undercooked.
Yeah.
It is perfectly well cooked. It just has liquid in the center. Get out. You banned.
Well, I feel the same way about you two that you feel about that guy with your opinion on tiramisu, especially as you dismissed it as wet cake.
It's what is it? It's like drenched in coffee or something. It's like
Amaretto,
it's almost
got,
ice cream.
It's got alcohol in it.
It's almost cake. Yeah, I don't. Dude, I drink plenty of alcohol. I don't need it in my dessert. You're just ruining two things. It's both a bad drink and a bad food.
You can't have a trifle without sherry, for example. All the best desserts have alcohol in. What about Christmas pudding when you put the brandy on it and set it on fire?
I don't care for the word trifle. I don't care for the word pudding. Just the words are gross.
Yeah.
So today we've had comfy, pudding, trifle. What other archaic words from the English language are you not on board with?
There are some words that make me uncomfortable. I'll know when I hear them, like Marshall McLuhan said.
Like whole, in reference to cards. Joe is not down.
I definitely don't care for it when I say hold cards and somebody writes back, I thought it was the whole card, the entire card. Good one.
I think we've established on more than one occasion that the game is No Limit Texas Hold'em. And also, to quote
Sorry, I didn't
Kenny
need to bring
Rogers,
this back. We don't need to go into this
you have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, as the song goes. And
These
by the
people
way,
all think
I am
you
campaigning.
got to know when to fold them.
I am campaigning, by the way, to eliminate some of the abbreviations. It's bad enough that we have the game often called NLHE. I don't like the full length name being abbreviated. It's No Limit Hold Them. It should be NLHT, and that is going to be my campaign for 2022 going into 2023 to have the full length name of the game that we know and love restored. No,
it's
James,
slangy. Hold 'em. No. Hold 'em is like a slangy word. You combine it. You're not holding them.
James,
Holding them.
I'm
Yes,
with
Joe.
you on this, but you have to get rid of all apostrophes. So the stream goes live at 10 of the clock. You get
Fine,
all of
I'm happy
the
with
all of
that.
the abbreviations gone.
I'm happy with that. When it is 11 of the clock, my time, I will need you to return, Joe. But for now, you have a
I'll be back.
30-minute break. Make yourself comfy. Why not have a trifle or maybe a pudding instead? Griffin and I have got the final table covered.
Okay. A lot of short stacks and one really big stacks. Liberato running away with this thing. Has over 3 times as much as the second in chips, and we got a lot of players either in or around the zone that is of danger.
Danger zone.
The danger zone.
Oh, wow, more controversial takes on cakes and pies. Harris pointing out that since cheesecake isn't topped with pastry, it cannot be a pie. Cheesecake is and forever will be a tart. Do pies have to be topped with pastry? Key lime pie doesn't have pastry on top. Pecan pie doesn't have pastry on top. Who would have thought dessert would be such a controversial topic for a Monday night? Let's go back to climate change.
Ooh, have you ever tried having a conversation with thousands of people about the fruit tiers? Like which are the best fruits and where? Ooh. You get that going. Like where are strawberries for you, James? Is that a top tier fruit? Is that top 5? Huh? Where do you fall on mangoes, peaches?
These are all excellent fruits. I find it very difficult
watermelon?
to rank them. Not my favourite, but I do like it. I prefer cantaloupe.
Nectarine or GTFO? Can we get a ban for TT Bullseye? Nectarines.
Nectarines are good.
They're not as well. They're not the one you should be leading the charge with. I don't think.
Now, doomed shallot. I was with you, James, on tiramisu, but you just sound silly trying to get rid of apostrophes. Joe was the one saying that I have to be consistent and get rid of all apostrophes. All I want to do is bring back the full name of this game and restore it to No Limit Texas Hold'em, rather than it being Hold'em. I don't need all apostrophes in the English language to be eliminated. I just need this game to have its full title.
Yeah, but what do you mean though? It's like you got to know when to hold them. Like people say Texas Hold'em, like they don't. No,
Yeah,
hold
Texas Hold'em.
No, but it's not. It's just not. I'm sorry. I'm not going to let this one go. It's like it's a slangy thing, you know. It's like that's how you say it. That's just it. There's no
hold
them.
them.
Oh man. Felipe tried to get away with one with the king 8 at the cutoff. Now has an opportunity on just under 10 big blinds to shove the king queen. It's a little bit scary with all the ICM considerations, all of those other short stacks, but bit too good. Got to go for it. Hope to get some folds and should get folds all the way around. I will say though, an ace in the big blind for Liberato with that $3,300 bounty might be some consideration. You should probably fold here as a rule. You're just going to find yourself dominated by better aces, some pairs. But sometimes your opponent's going to have something like this. And does make the call. Here we go.
King high flop. Wheel draw. And gets there on the river. That is the straight for Liberato.
Really?
And one-time chip leader, the guy who we thought was going to have a stranglehold on this final table, actually exits in 7th place. And that was a huge bounty just claimed by Liberato. So Felipe cashing out 4. Just shy of 10k, 6.5 grand in bounties, and Liberato now worth $4,700. But Griffin, that red target is irrelevant really, the bounty not in play, because nearly $250 million chips, more than $250 million chips for Liberato, decisive chip leader now.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting if we get a fold from Garankor, which I think we should expect. Liberato might have a big clash with suck rates, whether that's in the form of an open shove from Liberato or a raise and a call. Whichever action Liberato takes, I think it would be with the intention to call this shove. And there it is. Here we go.
Sevens against ace 10, 10 on the flop. And
Wow.
note 7, Socrates does not suck out on the river, and Liberato takes another player out, claims another bounty, and Socrates cashes for just shy of 14k, and Socrates won 3.5 grand in bounties. Liberato now has more than 300 million. What's the second biggest stack? 60 mil?
Yeah, and expect this to go pretty quickly with Liberato playing close to 100% of pots, and I think that that's reflective right here in this hand. You know, really only having to call the shove of Tide Caller here, and then you have a nice bounty you can get for those 4 big blinds. And you can see the pressure this is putting on the ace 6 being folded by Kage, and queen 7. Wouldn't be surprised if we see another raise. So if Liberato knows how to play a chip lead in a situation like this, we're going to see a lot of raising.
And something needed to happen. You know, the blinds were getting big, the stacks were getting shallow. We did need to see this. And when you've got one player consolidating all the chips and able to run like this, could be pretty quick.
And you saw the pause there from Garankor, where it's like, I just think Liberato is raising 100% of range here, but do I want to shove as the second stack here for 20 big blinds with ace 6? I can't risk Liberato waking up and has to fold. And I would expect to see a walk for Liberato here.
And good point from Just Crap 77, unfortunate username, but good point. Tide Caller so sick, just sitting there and moving up the ladder. Tide Caller now guaranteed more than 20k.
And look at the power that Liberato just existing has. Garankor folding those 4s at the cutoff. You know, not even not even giving themselves a chance to get that bounty from Tide Caller.
Yeah. You're right, Dana. 3 eliminations by the end of the level, maybe even one more. 2 minutes to go until the blinds hit the 1.75 million, 3.5 million blind level. Where'd that come from?
Could just see a shove here from Andor. And that is Tide Caller now. Just 2.5 big blinds, 3 big blinds. Wow.
Open-ended straight draw. Jack on the turn. Jacks are hot tonight, Griffin. Tide Caller survives.
Narrative. Now, what is Liberato going to do if they play this as a raise? If Kage, just open shoves here and gets the fold. Very nice work. Garankor taking some time there, maybe wanting to freeze up Liberato a bit, ice him. Maybe 6 deuce gets a fold. Would be a good time with Garankor having the ace queen suited. But no. And you can't fault Liberato for just going for it, but this is too strong and we'll get a shove.
Yeah. Nine, 7 suited on the button. So just to recap who we still have at the final table, 5 players remaining. We've got 2 Brazilians. Got Liberato, who has the overwhelming chip lead right now, and we have Guzmao. Garankor is Canadian, Kajiro is Argentinian, and then Tide Caller 8 is playing from Greece.
Yeah, a hand like Queen Jack suited, you're pretty comfortable shoving 9 big blinds at the hijack, but you can see how tough that is. You're eliminating a collision effect that's probably going to happen between the blinds a lot of the time here, and that's exactly what should happen. Liberato certainly will be shoving the Queen 5 suited, and I think Tide Caller is going to need to call for those 7 bigs, and off to the races we will go.
And Tide Caller all in again with the best hand. And Tide Caller survives again. Pairing their 7 on the river. 45 million chips now. And that means it's Kajiro who's the shortest stack. Kajiro, the player in imminent danger as the blinds do go up.
Yeah, and Tide Caller is going to have an opportunity here to jump into second place with a double up here with the ace-jack, but has to fade the very, very powerful king-9 suited that can make something happen. Will see a king folded in the big, but...
Just very quickly, Griffin, just want to correct a Dusted Ewok who's trying to explain how the bounties work. You're half right. When you knock someone out, you do get effectively half of the bounty, but the number that's advertised, the number under their avatar, the number after the target symbol, that is what you win right here, right now. So if you were to knock out Kajiro, you would get $1,492 in your stars account, and your own bounty would then increase. What's advertised is what you win.
So, James, lost in the shuffle of that very astute explanation. Tide Caller actually folded the ace-jack, made the ICM laydown, with the 30 and 20 million chip stacks. You know, it's pretty close. It feels like such a call, but, I mean, you know, you bust there in 5th place when you could ladder yourself up for, you know, double the amount between 5th and 3rd prizes.
Well, look, Tide Caller's played the ICM game so far. Why change the strategy? Now you're down to 5. Down to 5.
Guzmao finally gets what they've been waiting for. And Liberato can't even call with this.
Liberato still playing more than 300 million.
Yeah, and this is trouble for Kage, who made that ICM fold with the Queen-Jack suited. But Tide Caller doubled up and now sitting there with just about 7 big blinds and the significantly stronger ace-8 in the small. Guzmao has to be willing to make that reshove, though. And, you know, might not be a guarantee. But because of the... and finds the fold. Wow. Okay. So, hanging on for dear life are these short stacks.
Guzmao shoving small to big with ace-8. Liberato folds the 10 deuce. The sailboats for Kajiro. The short stack is all in, and Liberato's got ace-8 here, Griffin.
Yeah, going to be a classic race. See if Liberato can extend that chip lead and get another bounty.
And here we go. Clubs are a factor, and that is the flush for Liberato. It was all over for Kajiro on the turn. KO'd in 5th place. Another bounty claimed by the chip leader, who increases their lead to 330 million. And Kajiro, for that 5th place finish, receives just over $20,000 plus nearly 3K in head prizes.
Not a bad day at the PokerStars online offices.
Liberato's bounty now up to over $6,000, a bounty that no one else can claim right now.
Very curious to see if Guzmao can find a shove here with the deuces. Of course, ICM is such a consideration here, but you recognize you're going to have some fold equity. Instead, just plays it as a flat, and look at that board for Liberato.
Queens and 4s, nearly 350 million for Liberato. And the second biggest stack is not even 50 million chips. Just shove on them, every hand. I was going to say that's what I do, but then I realized I'd never be in this position to start with. But that's not important.
Guzmao has actually been getting some nice little spots here to sort of stay afloat. And actually has jumped to tied for second in chips. this is going to be something. Too strong to fold. You're the significant last chip stack now. You have, you know, and this is too strong as King 10 suited.
And Tide Caller survives again, Griffin. I mean, we've seen some amazing survival stories this evening, and Tide Caller 8 is writing the latest one.
Yeah, and you know what? Garancore was, you know, when I came back here on the broadcast, was second in chips by a pretty significant margin with around 65, 68 million, but hasn't gotten a, you know, any sort of hands to work with. Finally has one, and I should hope is prepared to shove, and does.
Well, let's bring Mr. Stapleton back
down
into the mix, shall we? Joe, I don't know how much longer this is going to go on for, but Liberato does now have a ludicrous advantage over the rest of this short-handed final table. But let's also salute the fact that Tide Caller has worked their way up into second place, having been the shortest stack for an extended period of time.
Oh, man, I mean, this is over? Question mark?
Weirdest stuff has happened. It ain't over till it's over. Nothing is guaranteed.
It's just so confusing, maybe, to the trained professional poker player eye, but did you show up and be like, well, that person's got 60 million. They got 60 million, 40 million. That's a lot. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's not a lot of chips.
But there's a lot of variance when it comes to tournament no limit hold'em.
Yeah,
Well,
6 or 7 double ups, and any one of these players is right back in it.
Absolutely. Somehow, guys, managed to get through the last 4 and a bit hours without any serious, like, kind of stream-killing technical problems. I'm going to let the rest of my family benefit from this air conditioning unit. Absolutely. I'm going to go out on a high. I'm going to leave you two to get comfy and see this through to its conclusion. Best of luck to you.
Comfy! Fantastic.
Comfy.
James is going to let his family, they've been on the floor just like waiting to be able to stand up. Now that he's off camera, they can exist again, just so they're all sharing the same air conditioning room.
Liberato, I think, has too strong a hand to fold to this, you know, 38 million, 11 to 12 big blind shove from the big blind, especially with that $1,700 bounty. So I think we could very well see a big flip here if Guzmão elects to take this as a shove. We saw Guzmão just flat the deuces, but in this spot, I think is going to go for it, and we're going to be off to the races.
A flip for a lot of potential ICM. Not a lot of big blinds in play here. Liberato probably just mulling over this $1,700 bounty at this point, which is the biggest one left.
I mean, Liberato was prepared to call the ace deuce. You know, obviously the range is a bit stronger here because it's against a raise instead of an open shove, but, you know, with the bounty... Ooh, okay.
Ooh!
I mean, listen, there's always an argument in not doubling up the shortest stack when you're a massive chip leader, like 3-4-handed. So that might be entering into Liberato's thought process. Maybe he thinks that Guzmão is a little tighter and the Queen 10's not doing particularly well against that range. But now with the Ace-King in the big blind, Garancore showing a lot of discipline, not allowing Liberator to take advantage. Oh! You know what time it is, Joe? It's time for ASMR. Sometimes you're just on a final table and you're trying to win $100,000. You already have a big chip stack. You just made a big fold. And then you just get snap.
Ace-6 suited for Guzmao, shortest stacked. Oh, okay. Huh.
Okay.
I don't float giving me a good idea for a joke here. People claim that ASMR isn't sexual, and aces didn't get any action, so that story checks out.
Perfect. Kismet. Yes, I like it. Just go for the shove this time. You should have done that with the Queen 10 suited. You know?
We saw Garancourt discipline before. Yep, I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised to see just a fold here from pocket fives again.
I do have some important news from the chat, Joe. Polks Capani 11 says, F this. PokerStars, AQ, huge 4-bet, called Q2, runner, Q2 color, always the same mafia. That sucks, man.
That is
Sorry to hear that.
That is literally the first time I've ever heard that happening.
The Bay for Guzmao, what are you going to do? What you going to do when they deal it to you?
I don't, by the way, people are expecting that to get banned. I don't ban people for bad beat stories in the chat. I can relate.
Yeah. Bad beat stories is kind of your whole aesthetic, you know?
That's my brand.
Yeah, that was actually the reason I didn't go to Vegas. I knew our friendship, I was going to have to come to your comedy shows, and I know it's just all bad beat stories. Liberator, shoving it in. I hope all the viewers at home aren't minding that I'm just sort of rounding out Liberato Anders' name to Liberator. Just kind of rolls off the tongue better.
I think Liberato is a very beautiful name, and you are kind of butchering it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll work
on it.
on
A Liberato is someone who sings from books.
Does Garancourt shove with sevens? Yes.
Finally.
Liberator sounds like a cool Viking person, says Plateau. That reminds me, I need to watch The Northman. The Northman.
Northman's pretty cool. Pretty solid. Also, if you're not the type of guy to get jealous, if you watch something with your girlfriend with like one of the hottest men on the entire planet, it'll get your girlfriend nice and fired up, and then you can reap the benefits.
Nice.
Pocket eights, all in.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
King Spence 68 asking, Benger, how you feeling about the Jays? Optimistic. I think they're going to have a better second half than they did first. Pitching's a little spotty here, losing Ryu and Kikuchi not able to throw strikes, but I think the offense is going to really heat up with the summer months.
Liberato, I was going to say, very likely to raise here. Just a flat fold from ace-9.
Jeez. So tide caller.
Tide caller,
very,
more like
very
tide
tight.
folder. Oh, first time, last time for Tony Wonder. More chips for Liberato.
Shove.
Mr. Art says, too much tight.
Shove, you badass. Come on, Liberato. Yes! And now Garancourt's sitting there. Oh no, I would have shoved over a raise, but now I don't know what to do.
I like how Garancourt is getting incrementally better and better hands to have to fold for ICM.
I mean, you gotta fold here. It's just...
Next, it's going to be nines.
And now the blinds are up to 4 million. And Goosemow again. It's funny that, Joe, it's funny that the only person that's getting an opportunity to open the action other than Liberato is Goosemow, because everyone just folds to the small blind and Goosemow gets a good hand. There's been no other situations, really.
Awesome message here from Lighthouse, who says, just won a hand queen deuce versus ace queen. He 4-bet, runner, runner, whoop, whoop.
Didn't we just hear an ace queen, queen deuce 4-bet hand? Like, is this something that's going on? Like,
Griffin. Griffin, come on. That's the joke.
I know.
All right. You can't, that's the joke, that's the joke, that's the joke.
Where does it end? Listen,
Where
it's been
does
a long
it end?
day. I missed the
Grafton
joke,
for
okay?
Liberato.
I'll admit it. I wasn't being clever. I missed
There you
it.
go.
I'm ashamed.
Just take the L.
Yeah. All in from Liberato. All in from Liberato. And Goosemow.
Yeah, Goosemow.
Might have to say enough is enough. Okay, Gorilla's avatar. I'm not listening to your music anymore. I'm calling this all in.
Good. Pretty decisive win there for Goosemow. And is now up to 80 million, a whopping 20 big blinds.
And
that is
Goosemow,
bad news for both
Runaway.
Tidecaller and Garankor.
second in chips, but doesn't shove the 20 bigs with fours. And again, ICM decisions coming into play. All in.
Ooh, Tidecaller. Is that a call?
Probably, yeah, but not one I think Tidecollar's prepared. I mean, Tidecaller folded the ace-9, so they're not calling the queen-8 suited. So it was an afterthought. This will probably be an all-in.
This is sick. This is the stuff that poker dreams are made of.
This is probably an
Oh my
all-in.
goodness. 3 aces out there. And Liberato has them both dominated.
What? Folds the
Garankor
ace-9, but snaps the ace-6?
I told you, man, these guys do stuff like this sometimes. And hand ends in a chop. You know what they say?
Everyone loves
a chop pot.
Oh, that might get some 8s. Some generous 9s. Ooh. As someone who wants to get
Oh,
banned, give it a 6.
Goosemow in big trouble here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Just shove small to big. Domination Nation.
Uh-oh. Oh.
10 high flop.
Oh.
Jack on the river. Oh, my goodness. Another River Stars special. Just kidding.
Face plant.
They were the favorite heading into it. Unfortunate. Unfortunate finish.
Tidecaller. It's all you, baby.
Hold on a second. Now,
Might
I just
say
want
the
to...
tide is
Oh,
turning.
wait. Okay, so Tidecaller does double up here. Now, I just want to say, Liberato knocking out Goosemow. That's 5 knockouts on the final table for Liberato. So if you're betting on this, you're pretty much looking at 7. 7. I don't know if anybody bet 7 knockouts.
Look what you just did.
7.
You did. It's always coming
It
7.
is
You
always
should have all
coming.
bet 7 because it's always coming 7. And you could have said it in the chat. You could have been like, I bet this because of things.
Hearts. Hearts still live for Tidecaller. Bricks the river. Full house for Liberato.
How did Liberato not bet the turn here? Because he was probably check raising. Yeah, that's what it was. Now Liberato is going to bet and fold.
Overbets the pot. Gets a fold. Garankor in dire shape right now. Fewer than 10 bigs.
14 million. 13.6 million. 10 million. That'll do the trick.
It does the trick. King Queen suited. Good spot here for Garankor to double up. Liberato should be raising. Yep, enough to put both players all in. Snap call from Queen suited. It's Queen on the flop, and that is dead. Liberato dead on the turn. Double up Garankor.
Garankor.
Now even
James,
Stevens
give me a Coke.
with Tide Caller. Taruli asking, what are the nationalities of the 3 players who are left?
It's a fair question.
Brazil, Greece, Canada. Thank you for your question.
Kind of a weird spot here with
86.
15 big blinds for Garankor. You know, you basically have the same amount of chips as Tide Caller. You'd hate to just shove and get snapped by Ace 10 and bust. But odds are you have the best hand, you're going to get it through, and Garankor is absolutely right. And as soon as Liberato starts messing around, we can get to the next hand.
And that next hand is now.
No.
No, Rollo asks if Liberato wins, that's the 5th Sunday Million in a row for Brazil. Am I right? I don't know. But that's my way of asking Patrick.
Yeah, we have people for this. Amazingly talented people that have the information at their fingertips in the database. Nice shot from Tide Caller, finding a spot finally.
Finally, yeah. Inching away.
Tinkler asks,
Garankor.
why is this called the Sunday Million, by the way? Well, this had 9,000 players. You know, we weren't going to spend all of yesterday covering all 9,000 players. We wait until it gets to the second day, which usually has about 70 to 80 players left. And then we give you coverage all day on Monday. So even though it's called the Sunday Million, our coverage comes here on Mondays, just for you. Is that a good answer,
Incredibly
Joe?
well worded for once. I'm actually shocked. Did you have that written down somewhere, or?
Yeah, I did. I actually put it on the screen in front of where I should be watching, so it looked like I was just, you know. It's like my own little teleprompter.
That was quite the cue card situation, I guess. Sean's just over in the corner, flipping.
yeah. Tide Caller, 15 bigs, Queen Jack suited. Do you have the heart? Or are you a pretender?
And another first time, last time. Thank you.
All of it, Liberato. You know, I don't even know if Liberato will have to shove a hand like this. Might just do that 10 million thing. It was a bit too strong, so it does shove, but I would like to see Liberato finding some spots with those no equity hands, like really bad hands, to just raise it 2.5x, because Tide Caller is clearly folding too tight, as we saw with the Ace-9 earlier. King-9 is going to be too strong not to shove, and could get an argument to call from either player. Tide Caller folds. Garankor needs to dodge a king.
Ace high, gets another double up. Still not really an issue for Liberato, but a big problem for Tide Caller. Couple of questions coming through in chat. Number one, first and second place are close to the prize money because the winner wins all of the bounties, which usually ends up being, you know, $25,000 or $30,000 more than second place. Secondly, Witherino says, could have been asking about the million more than the Sunday. No, it's $1 million prize pool. Always has been, always will be. Thank you for your question. You banned.
I will say, as dramatic, and that was very cool, well delivered, Joe. A bit misleading. The prize pool could be more than $1 million. if enough entries are in.
Okay,
So
fair enough.
it's a guaranteed million. We're guaranteeing
At least $1 million.
At least $1 million.
Fair.
Even if not enough players
Fair.
are there, we're giving it. We're giving it all. We're
Correct.
million people.
Which was the case today.
There you go. Ooh, could see a significant collision between Garancourt and Liberato. I think the only scenario where we might not see an all-in is if Garancourt just open shoves, and then for 25 big blinds, Liberator might not want to risk that amount of chips. Bounty isn't that significant, but you know, if this plays as a raise and then a shove, this is a weird spot for Garancourt. Maybe you just want to shove so that you don't, yeah. See, now if you get shoved on, what do? Stay tuned.
Yeah, the big hand here. I'm going to handle your question, Jarvis. After this hand, could potentially see a major momentum shift, and or we could be going heads up. SB Stewart, you're asking this similar question. I'll get to you in a second. 12 million, the raise from Liberato.
Shout out to Clutchy
SB Stewart.
HS. What's up, Griff? It's Nick. Sorry, John. I know you're about to get into something, but Nick plays on my hockey team, and I will be playing with him. I will be on the ice with Nick in 1 hour and 24 minutes.
All right, Clutchy. Happy to have you. So the numbers you see on the screen is what their bounty is worth. So if you knock that player out, you get that much money. And Jarvis says, does second place take any money? Yes, second place wins the money you see under the number 2 there, and whatever bounties they've already won, they get to keep. So for example, Liberato's already won 14,000 in bounties. Grandcourt has already won 2,400 in bounties, and Tidecaller has won $1,800 in bounties. They get to keep that. But the money that they have sort of in front of them right now does eventually go to whoever knocks them out, and if you are the winner, you get the money in front of you as well. This is a progressive knockout, Jarvis. That's right. So bounties do transfer over to whoever knocked them out. You get some of it, and some of it goes on you. But the number you see is the number you get.
So I really like the way Garancourt played that hand just as a limp call. You know, you keep in sort of the bluffs. You don't find yourself coolered in an all-in confrontation when you have twice as many chips as Tidecaller. I think that was a really smart, well-played hand. Just got out-flopped there by Liberato. Nothing you can really do. I do like the call on the flop with the ace-10 high and the backdoor nut flush draw. And Liberato is just going to go back to work. King 9, I think, needs to probably be a call there. Facing that all in for about 12 big blinds. Liberato happen to have an ace, but, you know, a lot worse hands Liberato's going to be shoving.
Liberato raising. Does not get a defend. Looks like Garancourt is back to maybe trying to wait out Tidecaller, and 3 playable hands here. Griffin, take it away.
ASMR time. It's just so sweet when you get a walk with aces, isn't it your favorite thing? You get so excited about having the aces, and everyone just folds. But sometimes when it's live, you can show the table, and then you can all be like, oh my god, everyone folded, you had aces. But not here.
Everyone deferring to Liberato. Pocket kings now for Tidecaller. Tidecaller did double up with kings before. Not sure we'll see a ton of action this time. Exactly 10 big blinds.
Tidecaller loves those kings. It's the only hand we've seen them play on the final table.
I mean, it certainly isn't a lot more, but 5 high, not going to happen.
And now that Garancourt's stack has crept towards Tidecallers, I think Garancourt will feel comfortable just shoving this Queen Jack. You're not as worried about sort of losing when you were second in chips. Been a lot different when Garancourt had close to 100 million. So just put it in, Garancourt. You know it's the right thing to do.
And Liberato likes to make him sweat a little bit.
Yeah. $56. I feel like that's been his. Ooh, 60.
Oh boy, here we go. Garancourt might finally feel like they've got a spot. Liberato definitely going to be raising. How much is the question?
Yeah, plays it
10
as a
million
min here,
only.
similar to the ace-10 earlier. You know, recognizing you feel comfortable enough to get this in, so you may as well play it as an induced. Maybe you can get something like ace-5 to shove. In this case, it's going to be pocket 7, 6s, and we're flipping.
We are flipping. 6 is holding so far, but it's an ace on the turn. That's going to do it for Garancourt.
Barry came early.
Finally eliminated in third place. Garancourt taking home.
And that
$41,779.
First hand
Plus
heads up, I think, is
2,500 in
really,
bounties.
really indicative of how this is going to go. You know, having under 10 big blinds with a king on the button there, you kind of just need to shove heads up. Didn't do it. So it's going to be not even a slow bleed out for Tide Caller. It's going to be over soon. Very soon. I'll set the over-under on 3 minutes. Not saying you can't come back. We've seen crazier things.
I don't
But
think
right
I've
here,
seen
you
a
gotta
crazier
shove-
thing than this, actually.
You gotta shove
This
the
might
king.
be the-
See, if you can't shove the king deuce, then yeah, okay. Can we go? We're good? Everyone have a good time? We have to see it out, don't we? Okay. Can we make sure he has a
And this is
disconnected-
a domination
there we go.
situation. King Deuce making the right move this time. King 9 also making the right move. Big favorite for Liberato. 9 on the turn, almost seals the deal. Still time for a chop, but did not happen. Liberato does liberate nearly this entire final table with 7 eliminations at the FT. If you were betting, 7 was the winning number.
It's always coming, 7.
Liberato with a $90,000 score. See, it wasn't the same prize for first and second place. Turns out there was a $32,000 difference. Tide Caller fought valiantly, did manage to ladder up into second place. Griffin Benger. Tide Caller did pretty well considering, right?
Yeah, more like Tide Folder. I actually stole that off. Thanks. Twitch
Tight
chat for that.
folder.
Oh, Tight Folder.
There you
Yeah,
go.
listen, I mean, when we're covering these 55 binds, you're going to get a wide range of players from too loose and too tight. And sometimes the too tight player is going to be in a situation like that on a final table where it's actually going to really keep you out of the way, and there's going to be all these other collisions. And that's a beautiful thing about this game. You know, Tide Caller probably didn't deserve to get second place in that tournament, but it doesn't matter. They did. They hung around. You know, they won a few all-ins that they needed to. But of course, the big story of the entire final table was Liberato. Really beautiful performance. Obviously ran super well, but we often see that great combination of running super well and playing really well. And we saw it today with Liberato from Brazil.
Well, if it were up to deserve, I'd win every week. But unfortunately, it's not. That is it for this week's Sunday Million, my babies. We've got our podcast is still on hiatus. However, if you've never listened to it, it's a great time to start And if you just subscribe on whatever podcast platform you use, Stitcher, SoundCloud, iTunes, and download a bunch of the episodes, that helps us out too. Honestly, I don't really care if you listen to it or not. Just download it. We'll be back with a podcast in a couple of weeks, but we are definitely back next week with another Sunday Million. I will be in Denver this week doing some stand-up comedy. If anybody's in the area, I'll be there tomorrow. Would love to see a couple of folks come out. I'll buy you a drink. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have got for this week's Sunday Million. Back again next week. For James Hardigan and Griffin Benger, I'm Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.